Hamish, Moira, LeBlanc, and Foon. Last we left off, the Guild T was attacked by a ship called the Hecaton Kairos. The psionic bounty hunter that's chasing after Yadir paid you a little visit after your exploits on Tharad. He gave you the choice to either hand over Yadir, mentioning that the valuable scion was rumored to have gone missing a few years back, but instead you made the choice to jump. Due to a wayward missile explosion, your jump drive was knocked out of place just as the jump started. You witnessed a misjump before you, a particularly nasty one where a lot of the components of your ship were damaged. Coming out of jump space, luckily or unluckily, you managed to come out to not open void, but instead a ship graveyard. LeBlanc and Foon, working together, managed to navigate out of the graveyard. However, just as you saw a massive primordial jungle planet beneath you, one of the cruiser derelicts smashed into the top of the Guild T, knocking many of you unconscious. The next thing that the four of you knew, you were in the mud in the jungle. How you got there, any information at all, you just had no idea. So you did the best you could, picked a direction, and started moving. The terrain is strange. The trees have these disturbing knots in them. The entire planet seems to have this shade of green. It rains acid periodically. And as far as you can tell, none of the plants are edible, and there's absolutely no wildlife, no birds, no small creatures, nothing. As you were walking, you found a crashed ship. It was actually the cruiser that collided into you. It had been knocked out of orbit and fell down. You made your way to it, climbed aboard, and found out that the researchers on this ship must have been ancient. They were studying this planet and found that this planet possessed a toxin unique to it that they had no cure for. Using the information that they had and the components that you collected on the planet, you made a quote-unquote cure. At least made you retch up green bile that you felt a little better, at least after that. From there, you found coordinates among the logs of something called the World Tree that the researchers had noted. Without much of a lead to go on, you started heading out that way. You figure it'll take you a couple of days. During the first day, you were attacked by this black, it looked like a panther almost. However, it did strange things. It split when you attacked it, didn't seem to take damage, and when you killed it, it just disappeared as if it were never there at all, and any damage you took from it wasn't real. That's where we left off. You're about a days and a half trip from the World Tree. The terrain is horrible to navigate. A lot of it is mud, trekking up hills, mountains, boulders, and crags. The trees, the roots knot around and block passage, blocking off much of the sun. Although that's sometimes a mercy because you can feel the spattering of acid rain drizzling down. Drips of it may fall off of the leaves onto your skin here and there, burn a little bit. And what's worse is, despite finding some nutrient bars in the crashed ship, ancient, by the way, tastes like dust in your mouth, you're running out of food. It's just not enough to sustain you. Things don't change quickly. God help you if you're trapped on this planet. So, as the day begins, another merciless day of walking before you. Are the four of you doing anything in particular?
Poon is scanning to see if he sees anything that is movement related.
Nothing. You can spend all day looking out into the wilderness. You won't hear or see a sign of life,
Except for the trees, I'm guessing.
except for the wildlife, or the foliage, I mean, yes.
Okay. He's gonna keep following along.
I think Moira would like to try to access the ship's computer system if we're still nearby enough, and just try to look into the research to see if they found anything that would make this planet like feasible for any sort of like. Is there anything edible that they found at all? Is there like, because we, like you said, we're running out of food.
The hypothesis, if you spend a few hours reading the reports of the scientists aboard the ship, it seems that their small fleet came to the conclusion that there is no edible wildlife here. Every single thing that they've collected, all the plants and water and everything, all seems to contain a trace amount of this toxin that you've been breathing and walking through. I had to create a cure for. To the point where it seems like everything here shares the same kind of structure, same kind of. If this toxin is a defense mechanism, this entire planet shares it. It's consistent and seems to kill regular life.
Okay, I guess Moira's just kind of cataloging all this information, trying to make sure that Hamish has all the information that he might need, and just informing the other people that, please don't even think about eating anything, kind of thing.
But we took the cure, so we can't chew on the tree?
No, you can't.
Don't.
You can't. You can't lick the tree. You can't squeeze it for sap. You can't chew the bark. You can't. Can consider basically every single thing you see on this planet as off limits. Food.
You can't make tea out of it either.
That's probably like the worst thing we could do. That'd be like steeping the toxin.
This is a sad planet. I do not approve of it.
Neither do we.
No, it's
Well,
not
I-
week.
I feel like we're wasting time just hanging out here at this point. If we don't have food, we got to get out of here. This world
Gotta
tree's
find-
always.
Yeah, the tree I think is our best anything. At least it could be seen from orbit.
I'm gonna keep trying to broadcast to see if I can pick up the signal from Yadir's tablet and his equipment. I should be able to detect it out from a certain distance, but not really that far. I'm not sure if anything on the planet is gonna fuck with it, so I can't guarantee I'll be able to find him at all. But
That's interesting. Make a comms check.
sure. Again, Moira is assuming there's probably going to be some issues, but hang on a second. Just barely.
No, Moira. From where you are in the ship, you try to reach out, looking out for the Guild T's signal, looking out for Yadir's comm. You've noted this before, but this planet seems to have poor communications. You should be able to reach the Guild T from wherever you are. If it's in orbit, at least, you should be able to get it. So the fact that you can implies that something else is interfering.
Hell. You all hear a string of Anglic curses before she kind of turns back to the Foon and everyone else. And as it stands, this is a very, how shall I call it, Luddite planet for technology. None of my shit's gonna work. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Our wee psyker boy, the ship, and Doctor, your friends. This is gonna be an old-fashioned search and find.
Psyker boy?
Sorry, that's it's a term from the Imperium. That's Yadir.
Yeah. We need to locate him.
I would
Looks like
appreciate
he
us finding him. If he's not with the ship itself, he might have been ejected. He might be on his own. I know he has a lot of survival training, but even he can't survive on completely inedible plants.
Are we sure we can't just, like, seep out the poison and build ourselves up against it by inoculating ourselves with it regularly? I was reading
No.
your book, Hamish. It had inoculate in it.
Yeah. It doesn't. By the time we built up a resistance, we would be dead. Because the toxin is everywhere. Would overwhelm the antidote we were able to make. Probably.
That sounds like a bad plan.
It
Okay.
is.
And if we catch any life, are they all? If we do find things, I can't hunt it either.
You can hunt it and kill it, but I wouldn't suggest eating it.
Or
Then
drinking any
that's
blood or anything.
then it is pointless. If you do not eat from hunting, what do you hunt for? Boone is going to go pout and wait for what you guys to decide. There is no tea on this planet. There is no food to eat. He is unhappy.
Moira just kind of wants to create a consistent ping, Faust, off of her tablet, where every 10 or so minutes it's going to keep re-pinging in her general location, trying to pick up on any devices that might find her tablet and communicate with them for whatever distance she's able to make that work on this planet. If it's only 100 meters, she doesn't care. She's just trying to get something that's happening, so she'll get like a notification if she happens to walk by something that's actually going to be worthwhile to her skills, because she's kind of not doing super well on this planet so far.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't make a roll for it.
Cool.
Spend a little
Yeah.
bit of time setting that up on your comm.
Yeah, Moira is feeling incredibly out of her element, especially after the last few days of tracking when she basically led the party in circles for a few hours.
Nobody asked you to do this job. This is rough. So, anything else at this derelict ship?
I assume the engines are fried.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of this ship. I mean, there's nothing you can take with you that would be useful.
Right.
There isn't
old.
anything like stuff that we could use as an extra armor or to bash people over the heads with, besides their sticks.
There's
There are
certainly
no-
metal pipes, things of that
Mm.
nature, rusted,
the-
old.
Metal pipe
Wood
provide
stick is
more
fine.
club-likeness than my current wooden staff.
How much damage did we say those staff was? 1d6?
It's very light. Yeah, it's 1d6, I
one-
believe, yeah.
I don't think
It's
it would make
1d
much of a difference, to be honest with you. It just counts as an improvised melee weapon.
2D.
And LeBlanc
This-
pulled out the pistol, so
Okay. Well, then Foon is going to just sulk. He is doing cat sulking around, looking at stuff, and if he finds rusted stuff, pushing it off tables. Being slightly destructive, as
right.
you know, unhappy cats are.
Every few minutes, you hear something crash with the room Foon's in, and he just walks around and pushes things off.
Were
It's
there
apparent to
any-
you that I've said this before, that this is a ancient Salamani ship. So a
Mm.
lot of this is you would look at it and be like, "Wow, they were using this ancient crap. This is worthless."
yeah.
And if it's
Were
not
there-
rusted over from the environment, sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, it's probably all useless. I'll look, see in their manifest or something if they had torpedoes or missiles on board.
No, not this one. This
Dang it.
one isn't very heavily armed at all.
Okay. Well, so much for that idea. World Tree guys?
Are there any containers that we can take to carry clean water?
I imagine so. I mean, you would have to carry it, with your hands or something.
Well, apparently all I have is a staff, so I'm fairly unencumbered.
If you want to carry around a container of water, that's fine. I'm sure you could find something in the lab.
Okay. He's gonna carry around water because
Sure.
We'll need it.
If you'd like to start moving,
Mhm.
Somebody can go ahead and make a navigation check.
All right, so Anna, I know you took it. I'm gonna
Did
ask
take
you
it.
to please put what is your bonus total?
My bonus total to navigation
I'm at a
is.
+2 now.
Oh, you're going to be above me. I'm only a +1. It was
All
better
right,
than being at a minus.
so let's see if I roll double ones again, and if I do, then from now on, and Foon will be doing it, but we'll see. Wow. Okay.
Oh,
Jeez.
much better.
Moira's mad apparently.
Mhm.
She
about-
closes her eyes and goes, "We should go that away."
Spins with a sword in her hand like Princess Bride.
So, yeah, Moira, you want to get out of this jungle. You lead the group out away from the derelict ship. The wind whistles through the trees as you start an incline. It seems that you're going to be heading north and climbing for pretty much the entire trip. So periodically you're almost forced to take breaks and stop moving because the trek itself is winding and difficult. But Moira, you take your time, you pick out the best routes, and by luck and by skill, you manage to avoid the worst of it. There's a couple of tricky spots. Sometimes you'll be walking along and a series of the green ring in front of you, you'll step on it, and it'll give way from being in that same spot for hundreds or thousands of years, and you'll look down and find yourself looking at a 100-meter deep drop off a cliff. Planet isn't very friendly to anybody. But the trip itself isn't so bad. Bringing the water with you, eating your ancient dust cakes, it's enough. And mercifully, during the day, the acid rain doesn't fall. Night comes, and you find yourself sitting in a very steep part of the mountain that you're climbing. You're getting closer. You think you're about 6 or 7 hours more walk the next day to carry on. Where you're at currently is more sparse, less trees, and a lot more mountain. Boulders are jutting out, and the entire back line of the skyline over you is green clouds, gray, dark. In the distance, you can spot very faint lightning streaks over the jungle. Very beautiful, almost. Feral, for sure.
Before we rest for the night, Faust, is there any possible way that Moira can try to break up our rations so that we can extend them with using like a survival check of some sort, or can someone else do that? Just trying to keep our food going for as long as possible.
I think survival makes sense, yeah.
Do we all need to roll survival to try to see how
I have
much we can extend it?
I have a +1, but
Plus
if someone
two.
has a better, yeah, +2 sounds great.
I think only one of
Where-
you needs to succeed on this.
Why can I
Okay.
not find survival? Oh,
It's at the
there it
bottom.
is.
It's below streetwise.
Ooh, I have a +2.
All right, I'm gonna roll to see if I can conserve, make our rations as small as possible while still being able to keep us
I love the
alive.
idea of you guys sitting in a circle, like looking at your little pile of dust cakes, like trying to split it up. It's like, okay, we're gonna have this
Why don't we
bite.
make this last?
Well,
Yeah.
Moira is also, unfortunately, guys, she's offering the pipe to everybody and put like half forcing it on people because it takes away your appetite. So nicotine and tobacco are quite notorious for that. So if anyone's complaining about hunger pain, she's making you take a puff or two to help your hunger pain subside while we can't eat. Kind of thing.
Foon is going to
Oh, God.
refuse. Keep it away from me, it smells bad. Urgh. He's gonna start
Moira kind of
growling
looks
at
at
you,
you,
guy.
Foon. Moira kind of looks at Foon and goes, Foon, by the end, if you're too hungry, I expect you're going to at least try. Trust me, this is the way that people survive when they're climbing fucking mountains. And
Think
they're
of it
carrying
as
literal micrograms of food.
Boone, think of it as inhaling tea.
Inhaling tea?
But Moira is just being a little bit insistent from her spacer years, knowing because she's been in starvation periods in space before, so it's one of those things you got to get used to.
Wait a second, you're telling me that I can make tea from these leaves with my water?
You could absolutely make a tobacco tea. I would not recommend it. It would be absolutely fucking vile.
Yeah.
Foon is now going to be sitting there looking at your tea or your leaves, trying to think of if they're tea. Because you've said nothing else is tea. Alright.
Moira is now finding like a hidden stash point on her person to hide the tobacco.
Alright, Foon split it up. I'm not sure how. If anyone else needed to try to help him, I think I passed.
You could probably make this last for maybe 3 or 4 days if you really tighten your belts with it.
Foon's gonna be like, it looks like we're all going on a diet. I am tealess, and the rest of you shall join me in the pain. And then he's gonna divide the things up.
After a week of walking, you're already looking pretty gone. I mean,
Yeah.
none of
Oh,
you
yeah.
feel great at this point. But it is what it is, as the crew of the Guild T tries to make do, tries to make camp on the mountainside, looking out over the jungle, the flashing lightning keeping you company through the night. Not a bug, bird, or howl heard. And the day comes again, much the same as it was yesterday. And the journey continues. One last navigation check to the World Tree. Somebody doesn't mind.
Alright, I got you. Well, hopefully. I'm fucking scarred, guys. Last session was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was brutal for me too.
Yeah. You're not the only one with a 0 endurance at the moment.
Yeah, I'm at 1. It's, fuck.
I'm at 4, but still.
About 6 hours, Moira. You've decided to take charge of your company and get you out of here. So again, following the same processes that you did yesterday, heading up the mountain. Now the forest is starting to return. The trees here are wide, and they seem to twist at the trunk to give it this strange, dark look to it. The trees overhead are very, or the branches overhead are very intertwined, and the boughs of the tree block out all light as you move under them. Beams of pale gray shine down through gaps in the trees here and there. The entire time you've been walking through loose stone or mud, and the mud, you'll notice after time, very gradually eats away at the outer plastics of your boots. Your clothes deteriorate a little bit. They're not quite the same pristine condition that they were in when you arrived. And eventually, Moira, you come to the top. You see a large tree at the top of this hill that you assume might be the World Tree until you actually reach it, and looking out over a cliff, you spot a massive tree in the distance. It seems as though it's a colossal version of the trees around it. You can watch as roots that are, like over 100 meters long, stretch down, cross into the cliff's mouth that's right next to it, and reach down to the earth. And if you watch, you follow the roots with your eyes, so you can see that it stretches into the cliff at different points and just goes forever, keeps splitting off from itself. And so if you look left and right down the cliff, you can see that it's almost entirely covered in roots. All of the trees surrounding the World Tree on the other side, again, seem to be just miniature versions, almost, of the massive tree that they're surrounding. All around it is dark clouds, streaks of lightning, and vines hanging from it. You're about 1,000 meters. I don't know, meters are difficult for me. 2 or 3 miles out from where you're standing. Although there does seem to be a few massive roots that you could use to walk across this cliff to reach it. Wind is cold.
I'm no botanist, but that thing's been around for a long fucking time.
I think we should go introduce ourselves to it, give it a tiny bit of water, and see if it will realize that this is the type of water it should produce. Foon has decided that it is actually a deity of this world.
It almost seems like it propagates out other versions of itself, like just as like a bud.
Yadier, make a psionics check. Let's do telepathy. If you're there, Pearl.
I'm here. Do you want me to do it at maximum, like normal strength?
Yeah. As you're standing atop the hill next to the tree that you're on, you're looking out over the cliff and at the world tree. The air around you is dark. The skies are gray. Foon, you've been on the lookout for wildlife as you're watching, so as the others are looking at the world tree, you turn back to look at the forest behind you. And for a brief flash, it's as if a white light covers your eyes for a moment, and then you blink, and there seems to be figures, black shapes of creatures up in the branches and on the floor. It's as if they're facing you. You count them, maybe hundreds of creatures, all these black outlines, and then in the next second, they're gone, and there's nothing behind you, and there's no noise.
Foon's gonna tap the nearest person on the shoulder and try to have them scan and go, I saw figures. We're being watched. We're gonna be haunted. We need to make the tree our friend. It will save us. He is slightly hallucinating because he is so hungry. And he's not trying. I can't eat my clan.
Moira's trying to find a route, like you said, across one of the routes to head towards the tree at the moment, having not really picked up on any of this, while trying to watch her tablet for any incoming messages potentially from Yadier.
Right.
Oh, can we use science to pick out a good route?
Moira, make one more communications check. And if you want to, Todd, yeah, hell yeah. Science, would that be...
Botany makes the most sense
Botany,
to me, but
I think
I don't know
so.
if there's a bot.
Well,
They're
I
all
mean-
the same for me, it doesn't matter.
right,
Biology would be the one you're looking for, I think.
doesn't matter.
Ooh.
You know, Todd, or LeBlanc, you're standing here looking at the cliff as Moira's trekking across one of the routes and looking at her comm. You're looking at these routes and following their paths, and you know what Moira mentioned before of all the trees looking, the same or propagating itself. It's the roots seem to follow that hypothesis. A lot of the trees that are springing up, especially the larger ones, you can almost clearly make out their path from the world tree down the cliff and then up to the base of these trees. And you can do this for many of the trees on the cliff around you. This tree is spawning more trees that are connected to itself.
Is there any of the acid water nearby?
There'll be plenty of it.
Okay. Foon is gonna give someone the good water. Whoever will take it from him, which he's lugged up here with him. And then he's going to go find a little thing to scoop up some acid water in it. And he's going to take a little bit of the bad water to the tree and a little bit of the good water to the tree and tell it, good water, and pour a tiny bit on it. Bad water, and pour a tiny bit on it.
The tree is indifferent to your attempts to communicate. It trees treely on the cliff.
Trees, truly. Okay.
Moira, you again reach out with your comms. You're getting some sort of signal. Any attempts to communicate with it are providing a lot of heavy static. It seems to be to the east of the World Tree, across the cliff and to the east through the jungle to the forest. Maybe moving. It blips in and out to the point where you lose connection to it every couple of seconds, making it hard to do any kind of work with it. But it's out there somewhere.
She kind of waves back to the other people. I think at this point we should probably just fucking approach. It's just sitting there being all tree-like. I'm not really sure if we should just be standing here if we're running out of food, you know.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Also, for some reason, I'm getting a signal on our friend on Yadir, but it's
Huh?
it's not a real signal. It's like we're getting a signal on a random connection when you're on a space station. There's a lot of bulkheads between you. It pops in and out between rooms. It just kind of feels like your devices can't actually connect to anything. That's the way I describe it.
Does it time with when I'm pouring the good and the bad water?
What were you doing? And Moira obviously looks confused, having not seen you do that.
I was telling the tree that this is bad water and this is good water, and it would give it a little bit of one and say bad, and then do a little bit of the other and say good.
God, I wish I was playing fantasy. I could just be like, yo, the tree grows a face and looks at you. What are you doing, small cat? God damn it.
No, I'd say not. I'd say not.
Food has decided. He's very, very hungry.
Moira and everybody else who decides to walk across the cliff. The route is fairly wide, so as long as you don't walk by the edges, you don't have to look at the several 100-meter drop beneath you. Through the branches and roots that are beneath you, you can actually kind of see a little bit of running water, but it's so far down. This must have been some kind of old river that dug this canyon out over time. As you make it to the far side, to the base of the World Tree, looking up at its massive boughs over you, go ahead and make recon checks.
For sure. Jesus. Oh, cool. Multiples of 4 there. Yeah, at least multiples of 2, Daz.
Moira, stop it, man. Okay. Moira and LeBlanc, you two make it across the roots first. You're looking at this massive World Tree. You notice hanging from high up, about 1/4 of the way up the side of the World Tree, which much of it you can actually walk. There seems to be a cloth of some kind that's flailing in the wind, hanging from one of the branches. Seems to have been caught as it was flying by. You notice it, and Moira, that does seem to be the same color of the head wrappings that Yadir typically wears.
Everyone, eyes up. 11 o'clock. She holds up an arm and kind of points it out. Keep your eyes open. Our boy might be somewhere around here.
Wait, is he in the tree? How close are we to the tree?
You can be on it.
Foon is going to walk up to the tree and knock on it.
It is indifferent to your attempts to bother it.
Okay.
Okay, so I think Moira starts clambering up higher. She's just taking looks around, climbing underneath roots, trying to find any sight of our friend.
Foon is gonna actually look for any, if there's like markings, that is there anyone around, like footsteps or, tracking type of stuff. Can I roll for that?
Sure. Foon, make a investigation check.
Investigation. Okay.
Moira, to climb higher up on the tree, maybe an athletics dex.
Okay.
Boone, would you like an assist?
You can look for it with me, but I think I'm going to be entertained by this. Foon is going to walk around.
Hey, the dice knocked mine into a 2. I'm just kidding.
So Foon is going to be walking around, looking at the tree, talking to the tree, going, "Tree, you should tell me where our missing person is. This is very rude of you to keep this information from yourself. Oh, tree." He is very, very hungry, and he is not eating his companions.
Foon and LeBlanc wander a bit away around the west side of the tree as they investigate, looking for any suspicious signs, any entrances into the tree itself, things of that nature. As they do so, Hamish, you're sitting around near the base of the tree as Moira climbs a bit higher to where she spotted the head wrapping. Moira, during a particularly tricky climb, with about 25 or 30 meters beneath you, you reach out and you grab hold of a fairly firm branch that looks like it would hold, but then it doesn't, and it snaps under your grip. You take a step out, and you fall for about 2 meters before you collide on your stomach on the top of another branch that begins cracking slowly. You're kind of in a stuck spot. Around you, there's about 20 meters of drop. There's another branch nearby that you might be able to jump to, hope that it's safe, but other than that, you're kind of stuck here.
How far away are we?
You wandered off, so you're a pretty good ways away.
Oh, I need some help, doctor.
LeBlanc, get over here.
We hear him, and I will turn around and
Coming.
run back towards him.
Look around. Are there any? You said there were vines coming out of the tree.
Are
there any
yes.
vines I could swing over toward or drag over toward Moira, so she could at least have something to hold on to?
Do you have a cutting tool?
Nope.
Maybe make a survival check.
Okay.
Foon and LeBlanc, you hear distantly Hamish yelling. You're pretty far away though. Moira, the branch that you're on cracks a little bit under your weight as you sit on it.
We all suck.
Can I try to shimmy towards the base of the branch to get away from the get it closer to the breakage?
Sure, if you want to try another athletics dex.
Oh god, yeah. Much better.
Right, Moira. You land stomach first onto the branch that you're on. You hear it cracking, and Hamish, he's trying to pull at roots under his feet to maybe throw something up at you, but he's not strong enough or doesn't have the tools to do something like that very quickly. As the branch that you're on begins creaking and cracking, you have to shimmy across closer to the base of the tree. Thankfully, the creaking stops as you shimmy closer and hug the base of the tree. Now that you're relatively safe, and if the other two want to come back, some time can be spent rescuing you from this position. There are plenty of vines, as Hamish said, so he can spend some time pulling those up and throwing you something that you can grab onto.
Foon will help. But Foon is also going to be, this is not how we commune with the deity. We are supposed to be nicer to the deity. You're supposed to ask permission before you walk on the deity. Deity, do not hate us. Good life tree.
Look, I was just trying to recover the scarf and also just get a better vantage point and maybe find him. I'm sorry. That was really scary. Holy crap.
After we get her down, Foon is going to try to show how you climb a tree
Mm.
while he's talking to
no.
the tree,
Yeah, you dexterous
telling
cat.
it
Let's see it.
every.
If you blow this, Anna, I'm gonna
Foon's
laugh.
like, I use
Oh.
charm.
Yes. Foon is gonna try to charm the tree to let it climb him. So I need to use athletics next.
Yes.
He said, which Foon sucks at, just so you know. But he's gonna talk to the tree the whole time and be like, "You should really let me climb you. I need to get to that piece." Oop, that did not look good. Do I continue having to roll this?
Foon. You take a nasty spill about 3/4 up to the way of the headscarf. Similarly to what Moira did, you reach out to grab a branch because you basically have to climb your way up bit by bit as you go higher up the tree. One of the branches gives way under your weight, and you find yourself tumbling and spilling down the side of the tree for, 10 or 15 meters before colliding into a particularly knotty part of wood. You take 5 points of damage as you collide with it.
5 points of damage?
Mhm.
Yep.
Holy crud.
Falling is bad in Trevor.
Foon is gonna be like, I do not think the tree deity appreciates this.
Oh.
But
As the only person who knows meters pretty well, when Faust said 20 meters, I almost shit myself. Like,
Yeah.
No, I actually, yeah, I knew that it was bad, but all right.
I'm not good with
Foon
meters.
Foon
no,
is
it's all good,
now,
but it's still scary.
Building. Yeah.
Foon is
But
now -3 on his dice modifier for endurance because he's at 0.
I'll head over to Foon and see if there's anything I can do.
most likely not
Fine.
unless you have your first AK with you.
Yeah, just use, make sure there's no breaks. Do a
But,
diagnostic.
You didn't really critically fail that roll, Foon. So if you push yourself up and brush yourself back off, you're not too far off from the headscarf now. So you can climb up and reach it over time.
Foon is going to do so very slowly.
As you're standing there and the wind blows across the tree, you hear the shaking of the boughs overhead. You take the headscarf, and then it catches your eye that there is streaks of cloth that are leading further up the tree. Not very much farther, you'll see what seems to be like an indent in the tree of sorts. It seems that the roots kind of pull into itself and create a bit of an opening that you can't see the mouth of. If you would like to reach it, one last athletics check for me.
I guess that's me. It's athletics, dexterity again.
Yes, please.
Moira also, like, it's totally up to you.
All right. Oops, I think I rolled twice, or I'm not sure. Did it roll?
You rolled 9.
It rolled.
The first,
Sorry, I
You're
hit it
good.
twice by accident
You're fine.
because it didn't show up. All right. Yay! What did I catch?
Foon, after a painful, difficult climb up the tree, you follow the streaks of cloth until you make it to where this indent is. There are many thin vines that are wrapped around the wood here. And as you make it up, you peer into the opening and you see something fairly disturbing. There is Yadir. His physical body is laying there, propped up against against the tree. It looks like he's sitting with his back against it. However, off the top of the words, what you notice is that he seems to be first off naked. He seems to not have any clothes on. Second, the vines that are wrapping around the wood, they feed into this opening, and you can see at multiple points across his body, including his temples and forehead, are these thin vines that you remember were stabbing into you when you first woke up.
Am I the only person up here?
I think you're the only person who made the check.
Yeah.
All right, so Foon is going to call down this information, but then he's also going to walk up to where the tree is, unless people yell at him too much, and go, "You should release him. This is not the correct way of treating your people."
The tree hears your cries and ignores you.
Moira definitely starts to yell up to free him if she's found him, and if he's found him in any sort of like nastier position, because we all woke up in that spot, right? We were all getting stabbed.
He
Everybody
is-
but Boone, yeah.
He is naked. He is unclothed. This is not allowed. And the tree is stabbing him.
Then fix it, Food.
well,
Rip
yeah.
the things out.
Oh, I should rip them out? Okay. Food is gonna walk over and basically, Doctor, which one do I start with? Do I just pluck it out like a bad splinter?
Yes, just like a bad splinter. Quick.
Okay, Food is going to reach out and rip out the one that's connected to his head first.
Alright. Yadir, make another psychic check. Telepathy. Oh god, give me a fucking break. Alright.
What?
Foon, one by one, you pull the
Wow.
vines off of Yadir's body. As you pull the last one out from the left temple, this one stabbed him pretty good. Yadir doesn't look very good. He's got now holes all over him, it seems like. Thankfully, the vines didn't seem to go in very deep. Mostly just skin deep for the most part. As you pull the last one out, Yadir, your eyes can shoot open. You were vaguely aware that Foon was nearby, and for each pull of the vine, it hurt, but more mentally than physically. And as the last one gets pulled out, it's as if a shroud has been pulled from your eyes, and you can finally see and breathe normally.
So Yadir, after the last one's pulled, kind of like his body slumps to the ground, and he is kind of like shivering almost, as it seemed for the past days that every nerve in his body was like on fire, and he finally just like is able to collect himself as he kind of like looks up at Foon, and he's looks very kind of weakly. His body, like now that you actually see his full body, by the way, he's very tan, and he has a series of gold and blue tattoos, like all over his body. Basically, any of the skin that was ever covered has been tattooed at this point. That was not by the tree. That's just always been that way. And so his like long black hair is like covered in sweat, and he kind of like just looks at Foon and goes, Where are the others? I saw them.
They're down below. Now you need to tell the deity tree that you are communing with to be nicer to everyone.
This thing is Snow God. It is a malicious intelligence. It is not benevolent. It was using me as like one would use an antenna array. I reached out. I don't know if it was me or the tree itself. I do not know.
But
It
can't
used
you
me.
talk? But can't you talk to it? Foon's gonna give him little big eyes. Foon still has the scarf, right?
If you grabbed it, yeah.
He's gonna give it to Yadir and say, "You should cover up. This isn't enough." And
Yadir
then
will kind of like wrap it around his waist.
Tiny loincloth.
Tiny loincloth.
and Foon is gonna just be like,
he's used to survival situations.
"Oh, Foon's
What you
isn't
say,
bothered.
what
It's
you
just
saying, Foon?
Foon isn't bothered, just except for the fact that you have no armor, and therefore that is pathetic."
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna go, all right, but if you can talk to it, then we can negotiate with it, because we don't have any food. And I can't eat
There
clan.
is no negotiations, Foon. This thing was using me. It was incredibly painful. I don't know how, I don't know why. Because he kind of like feels the holes in his skin and like kind of rubs the one in his temple. And he goes, perhaps I could try, though. As Yadir will then kind of go taking one of those like thin vines and kind of like holding it in his hand. Is there any kind of check I could do, maybe telepathy, to like try to commune with this alien intelligence?
You're free to try. Telepathy, fine.
Alright. Seeing as it was just using me for the past like week, I'm pretty sure we have some sort of rapport.
Check your messages. Also, for the moment that you reach out, instant horrible pain, Yadir. Before you notice it, or before Foon, has time to react, you are back on your knees, sweating, eyes open. You don't remember collapsing. You manage to get a hold of yourself for a brief moment, but the attempt at reaching out to this tree caused you incredible pain that as soon as you release the psychic attempt, fades away, leaving you panting and sweating, but no lingering pain.
Foon is gonna help him.
What Foon basically would assign him like as if when he grabbed that fucking vine, as if it was a live electrical wire, and his whole body is like tensed up and locked up. As he collapsed to the floor, he goes, "It's pain. It's alone. It regrets. It's dark. It's miserable. It's alone. Pain. Just repeating. As if I was feeling it.
Foon is gonna go,
This thing is just a feeling of pain and misery."
Foon is gonna be like, we'll get you down. I don't want to electrocute you. He's gonna pat him on the head and then say, "Bad tree, don't hurt nose bleeding clanmate." And then he's going to try to help you get down.
You think the tree heard you, but it chooses not to act on that information.
Hey, Moira, why don't we get some vines and see if we can do a vine ladder or something? Because there's no way I can climb that.
Are we trying? I thought we would try to take him down, or do we want to keep him up here?
Either way.
Foon is now
Wow.
gonna call down to you. The tree does not
Yeah.
like Yadir. When he tries to talk to it, it tries to electrocute him or something. It doesn't seem to
Yadir will poke his
understand
head
that
out
it is a bad
and
tree.
be like, Yadir will poke his head out and goes, "This tree is psionic, and attempting to commune with it causes great pain. This thing uses me, or used me, for some purpose. And this tree, or whatever this creature is in pain. Alone, miserable pain.
Well,
As if it's locked in some sort of hell, if you would call it that.
Ironic.
well, it's all the acid rain. It needs good rain, good water, bad water. It would solve
Well,
everything.
it's not just pain, Foon. It's alone. It's dark and cold and miserable. We need to get down first, though. Can I make a survival check to make like
I think I've beat you guys up
vine
enough.
rope?
You guys can spend your time, especially if you're up there gathering vines, setting up a
Okay.
ladder of sorts and climbing down. Make the roll if you want to train it, but I'm not going to force you to.
Okay.
When
This is just a random question for you, Faust. So Moira does have a background in planetology. This kind of sounds like an alien host landed on this planet, came to this planet, and potentially did damage to its ecosystems to the point that it created the situation. So could she potentially make a roll to try to get a better understanding now that Yadir has told us all this?
This planet is a research venture that will take many months to unravel.
Gotcha. Okay.
From the information that he's giving you, the tree does seem to have feelings. It responds negatively to his psychic attempts and is obviously much more powerful than him.
Yeah.
And on top of that, this tree seems to reach out, and a lot of the plants around it seem to be part of it. From that information, you can come to any number of conclusions, but I mean, you guys crash landing on the planet for a week is not the same as a science lab ship over the atmosphere for a couple of months. You know what I mean?
Very true. Very true.
Because he said it was psionic, I'll pull up the data that we downloaded to my tablet from the ship. The toxin, see if it has any relationship to sonic or anti-sonic drugs.
This toxin, from what you gather from the ship's logs at the time that these, mind you, ancient Salamani found this planet, they did not know about this toxin. They have no record of it.
Okay.
Is Yadir having all the sickness issues that we had?
Now that the stress and the adrenaline is worn off, you are ravenously hungry and sick, Yadir. There's a nauseousness, and your head is splitting. Your vision seems to blur, and you are just ravenously hungry.
Well, he is being ravenously hungry.
All right, so you pull
Foon
him down
is
from the tree, and he needs to close his eyes and actually take a sleep for a second.
Foon is going to pick up the vines that are connected to the tree and try to talk to the tree. He's just going to sit there trying to talk to the tree about how it needs to be a nice tree and release all the humans that it is locked into it, because he's assuming that it has locked other ones in. And then it needs to help us find food. If it would be a good tree, then it would have more friends. And people would visit it.
It can grow all the friends it wants.
I think I broke Faust.
So the sun is setting. The sky is dark gray, and everybody's sitting around the base of this world tree, looking terrible. Clothes are deteriorating from acid rain. Yadir's over there in a loincloth, unconscious, with wounds all over his body. All of you are starving, eating dust things. And Foon is sitting over there on a root, holding a vine. Bad root. Bad vine. You need to let us out of here. Also, is there any food? Yeah.
Do I have enough of the
We're doing great.
antitoxin? Do I have enough of the antitoxin to administer to Yadir?
You have a good vial of it. You probably have a couple of doses. I mean, you don't know exactly how much you need or how much effective this actually is, but it seems to work for you guys well enough, at least. So you can inject Yadir, who
Well,
Is
I'll check, make
unconscious.
sure he has the symptoms first, that he was nauseous and all that other wonderful stuff.
if you check him, he is obviously sick. By the time you get him to the base of the tree, he is Yadir, you are hungry and in terrible pain from sickness.
All right. By the quick pause. I have all my settings low down, but I still see as if my mic is on. Was it making noise right now?
No, you're good.
Yep, you're good.
You sound good.
Okay, it just looks like it's making noise.
It does look like
Right.
it's on, but I don't hear anything, so we'll let you know. It does seem to be picking up a lot of background noise, like maybe your
All right, thanks.
your input, I don't know what you call it, gain or whatever, is too high. Input sensitivity.
No, I got that
but
shit. I got that
it
shit
sounds
lowered
good right
all the
now,
way to
so
0.
you don't have to worry about it.
All right.
But yeah. Hamish, are you gonna give Yadir the antidote?
Yeah.
Right. Yadir, he injects you with a needle, and about 30 minutes later,
Yeah,
you,
this is gonna be bad.
you are forced to vomit up what little you have in your stomach. Among it, this green infectious blob. Pretty terrible to see.
Your deer kind of like retches. This is mostly just stomach acid at this point.
Yeah.
He goes, well, I can't say this is the worst I've ever been off. Thank you. Where's the ship?
We have no idea.
Where are the others?
We have no idea.
Your deer kind of like, here he goes, let me try to find them. As he's going to reach out with life detection to try to find Talu, because she's probably the easiest thing for him to find, because she's also a scion.
Yeah, go for it.
Dang it, got another work call. 1 second.
Boone is
God
sitting
damn
here
it.
talking to the tree while he is trying to do that. So he was just going to continue talking to it and giving it good water and saying, good friends need this type of water. Not friends. This only people you hate get acid water.
Soon.
Yes.
Let's keep the water for us. The tree has plenty.
I'm back.
And why don't we look for some water?
The
We're
one
gonna
thing I
need
was gonna
more.
the one thing I was gonna ask Faust is, would there be a chance that Moira would have D-Dot on her, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm just putting out a Hail Mary.
I got you.
Mm,
Well, night's coming on,
All right.
so you're at least spending
So-
a night here in this place.
Your deer's gonna try to reach out to see if he can find Talu.
Okay, make the roll. Now make a psionic telepathy check.
Oh no!
Oh,
Damn, we've had
Oh my!
Should I
we've
use?
had 3 snake eyes
Should I-
tonight.
So
I'm trying to think if I should use
Yadir,
luck for that.
you take 3 points of damage as soon as you do this. You reach out with life detection.
All right, fair enough.
It's overwhelming, the sensation. It's as if needles are stabbing your brain from all directions. It's not that it's intentional, it's just that there's too much. All of it. It's too much for you to handle. It's beyond you to read all of it, and it's as if your brain overloads for a second. Again, you're paralyzed with pain for a couple of seconds as you recover from this.
Now, the life that I detected, what kind of life was it?
Everything. All of it.
Right. Was it animal life? Like, was it the life of the plants? Like, life detection can like tell me what kind of life it was.
Well, I would say definitely the plants. Yeah.
All of it sounds fair.
All of it, yes.
Right. Well, if it's an animal, we could probably eat it.
So at this point, I think Moira is going to be not climbing Faust, but just like moving around the base, not walking too far away from the party, trying to find another indent or entrance, something that could lead inwards into the tree.
Maybe recon or survival.
I will take recon.
If Foon knocks on different knots on the tree, does he hear anything hollow?
No.
Okay.
Moira, you spend, as the light fades during the night, you spend some time climbing among the roots, trying to find more indents and entrances. A good ways away, around the bend of the tree, you find what seems to be fairly recent, thin branches that you can pull apart, peer into. Sure enough, there's an indent, and there seems to be a wrapping of vines sitting at the base of this little hole in the tree of wood. The vines are wrapped around almost like in a cocoon, but sticking out from the base of it is a fairly long leg with a foot, although it's just the bone.
Oh, found a dead person. Moira calls over to somebody who might be nearby or who's kind of resting to just kind of confirm that she's not, seeing something, and goes to investigate.
You rolled very well. You think that you've seen similar indents like this in different parts of the tree, scattered around.
If Foon saw the thing, Foon is going to tell the tree, "Bad tree, no eating humans. You don't eat your friends. This is how we lose friends."
Yeah, these are ancient bones. Nothing left besides that.
Yadir's gonna look over at Foon and go, Foon, the tree does not talk nor understand you.
But you said it was psychic, so that means that it has a brain, and it's not a deity. But if I train it, then it can be my friend. Foon is so hungry.
That's not how this works, Foon. This
But-
thing is alive, but not as we know it. It's a connection, it seems, of multiple pathways of neurons, like some sort of massive hive of intelligence of plant life.
If it's intelligent, and if it's lonely, then all it needs is to find the right clan.
I don't think it will, Foon.
I'll go over to Moira and look at the bones. See if
So what's our
there's
play
anything
then? If these
useful or-
indents do.
Should we check to see if you point out where the indents are, can we check to see if there are any currently live people?
You can check them. A few of them are empty, but a few others do in fact have similar scenes. Vines stretched around that seem to have been growing for quite a while, and scattered bones. Ancient bones.
Okay. So no way to tell how they died or anything.
This seems to be a death tree, not a life tree. They misnamed it.
I called it a world tree.
Okay, well, world tree, you need to be nicer to your world.
The wood croaks and groans and creaks. That's what I meant to say. Over your head, in protest to your words, Finn.
Ooh, it is responding to me. Foon is going to continue talking to it even more.
Yes. The wind whips around outside and seems to be picking up as the night comes on.
So
Oh, storm. Oh, crap. We
Food
need
is
to
going
find good shelter people.
Food is going to talk to the tree and tell it needs to be nicer to people, because then it would have a clan, and if it had a clan, then it would have friends, and if it had friends, then it would be happy. And it can't kill its friends, because killing your friends are what make everyone else try to kill you.
The tree's taking notes, you think?
And Monsoon dances with with insanity.
This is what Aslan hunger looks like. For food.
Yeah.
Foon is not eating his friends by telling the tree not to eat them. He's reminding himself not to eat them.
Yeah, you know what? I imagine that being alone in the jungle with a starving Aslan may not be the best situation, actually. Well then.
Because he's very hungry, and they're the only meat.
But anyway, the night's coming on. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I mean, is the wind picking up?
Yes.
Then try to work up some shelter as close to the tree as possible.
Okay. Go ahead and make survival checks.
Survival checks. Like, does the tree help me? Am I now friends with the tree yet?
It's on the fence.
It's on the fence. The tree is the fence.
I thought the tree is the fence.
That's what I said. Oh!
Ooh. Foon. You really are making friends with the tree. You all start climbing down the tree and making a shelter against what you suspect would be an incoming storm. Spending time ripping up branches and leaves and making do with what you can. You even find a pretty good spot where the tree hollows out towards the base and you can climb in, almost acts like a wooden cave.
Foon, before he moves or removes any branches, he's always going to ask the tree before he removes it, is this branch okay? Is this branch alright?
Yeah, so it takes you a little bit longer than usual. Darkness envelops the jungle that you're in. During the night, the wind picks up very heavily. Seems to scream outside of the little cave that you're in, but for the most part, you're very sheltered. You have a pretty good view of the jungle bed from where you're at. There's no food besides the little dust cakes that you have, so that's what you have to eat if you're hungry. Yadir, make a psionics telepathy check again. As you're sitting in this little indent in the cave, it's pouring rain out as it starts storming about halfway through the night. Briefly, you can see the forest bed lighting up, and as you're sitting there peering out, again, the shapes of the creatures will flash and the lightning with it. They dot the floor of the jungle, and you can see them through the branches periodically moving about. Just these black shapes of Xeno figures. Throughout the night, this keeps happening. About 4 or 5 hours past what we would call midnight on this planet.
Can I attempt to reach out to them with either teleempathy or something like that?
Sure, you can try.
Well, actually, I'm gonna do a life detection first to see if they're actually, even if they're just alive. I'm not gonna do it as a wider radius if they're right outside.
You know that life detection, the last time you did it, might hurt. Make a psionics telepathy check. Okay. You reach out and you don't detect... Well, no. Every time you do this life detection, Pearl, that familiar pain starts shooting into your skull. It's overwhelming. You can try to detect the life, but it's everywhere, all around you, and there's too much of it. It's just something that you are not able to handle.
Got it. Alright, yeah, then I'll try to do tele-empathy and see if I can reach out to these creatures, or if I... Actually, I'll get up and I'll walk towards the edge of the, like, opening. What's the closest one to me, these, like, shadow figures?
Quite a bit away. Again, I'm not very good with meters, like 100 meters, 200 meters.
Okay. I will attempt to try to form like a psionic link to it, see if I can like try to commune with it.
No. Every time you try to do anything psychic on this planet, bro, it's overwhelming. There's something bigger than you, stronger than you, that any attempt to kind of open your, say drop your shields to use an ability, even for that brief moment, it's just too much. Anytime you try to do it, you're just basically trying to endure it for as long as possible.
Yujiro will kind of like gasp out, but he'll kind of yell out to the shadow figures, then he'll go, "What are you?
No response.
Can you help?
Are
you here to taunt?"
They're just flitting shapes in the darkness that don't respond to your words.
Boon's gonna wake up and have heard that and be like, I am an Aslan.
Yujiro will kind of look back and just go, "We're not alone here. But these things, I do not think they are corporeal. Perhaps they are a psychic echo of what was once here. Ghosts, maybe. They're watching us, though."
Maybe you should try talking to the tree. The tree likes me better than you, I think. Foon's gonna pat the tree.
No. If I use my abilities here, Foon, it is if you were trying to stare into the sun, almost.
But
a
maybe
blinding radiance that.
But maybe if you whisper
hurts.
into the vine that was stuck in your head, it will hear you better since it knew you. It's trying to bring everyone
that
into
works.
the craziness with him.
Whatever this world is, whatever this tree is, whatever those things are, it is a life that we have not experienced. It is the life we are not equipped now to deal with currently.
I
Our
don't
best
see
bet
why.
is to probably to find,
I'll worship you if you feed me.
because we are not of this world.
Yes. Is very much in that mindset. Send me some nice
We
beef
would do
jerky.
best to try to find our ship, to find our friends. We had many scientists. We had Aaron, Keegan,
Yes,
and Tulu.
the scientists are in caskets, and we can crack open their lids, and then there will be food.
Oh, God.
We are not resorting to cannibalism, not yet.
It's not cannibalism for an Aslan. It's just eating another species.
It is.
Ooh, tastes like chicken.
Actually, humans taste like pork. Just saying.
Well,
And you
Right.
say that the plant life on this world is poisonous, correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
In
Poisonous
the morning, let's see if we
Yadir
can get
will.
this. Yeah.
I was gonna say, is there any kind of like soil inside of this area, like kind of like dirt or anything like that?
mostly just wood. No.
Okay.
You would have to climb down to join the shapes if you want to get some soil. And
To join the
besides
what?
that,
The shapes?
yeah, the shapes down in the jungle bed. And besides that, it's pouring down acid rain. One touch of that,
Yeah.
you don't want to stand in that at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
But
This planet would be happier if it had less acid rain.
Mm,
Then he wouldn't be so lonely. This poor tree.
Many
He
worlds.
just needs to be visited more often. Foon is petting the tree.
Faust. Is the bark and leaves of the tree sizzling or burning with this acid?
no,
So it's just rain?
it is acid rain to you. It burns you. Doesn't seem to affect the tree.
Right, yeah, but it's saying that the tree is not reactive to it.
No, it doesn't seem to care.
The tree seems to be resistant to the rain. Perhaps we could make some sort of umbrella or awning out of its bark.
yeah. Or its leaves, but yeah.
Mm.
Aware enough of us to get upset
We are
if we
cer-
do that. Not to channel Foon too much, but
Join me!
You're just doing that
This is a
because you're
survival
physically in the
situation.
same space as Anna right now.
They're in different rooms.
Yadir looks at the group and goes, I have survived on many a hell world. When it comes to matters of this, nature does not care if we are morally correct. This world will kill us. This tree will take our bodies. Like it took mine.
I think the important thing right now is finding a way off this planet. We found Yadir, and now we have to find our fucking ship. Yadir, do you remember anything about the misjump? Anything about where the ship might be?
DM?
Nope.
Mm,
Nope.
wow.
While I was plugged into the tree, did I see the ship at all?
You probably saw flashes of it, yes. But I mean, the memory's hazy.
Any
It was all
rough
too
location?
much. No, not at all.
Okay.
I think the
Foon,
best signal that you have is the one that Moira picked up coming from the west as you were crossing the routes.
Foon is going to talk to the tree and ask it if it knows where the people are.
Moira backs up and starts to show everyone her coordinates for that destination as Food walks up.
Mm,
Foon is losing it during the night.
Foon has lost it.
Lost it quite a
the
while
kitty
ago.
cat. lost it a
Actually,
minute
yeah.
ago.
As Foon is yelling at the tree, Moira pulls Hamish LeBlanc and Yadir over for a second while showing off the coordinates, and just like straight up says, "Look, I'm gonna be very honest with all three of you." And she like looks at LeBlanc and goes, I know you have a fondness for your friend, but if we have to sedate Foon so he doesn't try to start gnawing on someone's shoulder, I hope you understand that's what we're gonna do."
well, yeah. Let's not sedate him too much, because I don't want to carry him.
No, I know he's big and heavy, but it's still one of those things where like he's starting to go batty, and that's me saying that for Foon. Like,
I'm not sure it's too much different from how Foon normally is.
well, there's a slight extra tinge to it. The problem
Yeah.
is,
it's
I've
manic.
got nothing to sedate Foon with.
Well, like technically sedating, does involve sticks.
Ooh.
You can sedate with sticks.
Yeah, there we
I
go,
don't
right? So-
think I could. Yeah.
But that is
Looking
a
at the cord-
very,
yeah,
very last resort. Oh, Foon, sorry,
Right.
Foon, huh? And as Foon reapproaches.
The tree is not talking back yet, but if we talk to it for longer, it might.
No, Foon. At this point,
Sleep,
I had a signal
sleep,
that I picked up from the west, and we have you, dear. I would like to not be near a big psychic tree that was just trying to suck the life out of the only person who has a psychic connection in this group. And
Okay.
Perhaps we should just leave.
Okay, I'll go tell the tree that we'll come back visit it if we find enough things, and then we will give it some soil so it can be happier when we return.
Boone, I think you got until the rain's done. I'm not gonna burn most of my skin off trying to make the trek. So.
Okay, then Foon is going to spend the night randomly talking to the tree between catnips, where he tries to convince the tree that it really should help us find our friends, and that it should release our friends if it or its other beings have held them down, because it is not good to eat your friends.
And that's what you do during the night. Yeah. Okay, noted. Right. The rest of you hear the soft chanting of the Aslan speaking to the tree for hours as the night carries on and until it lulls you to sleep. And the rain eventually lets up during the night. Moira, you're sitting there in the hole as the sun begins to rise. There's faint drips of water outside, but the rain seems to have let up and the gray skies return. And from your little comm unit, you hear a lot of static in between words of, hello? Hello? Hey! Hello?
Oh, fucking hell. Moira staggers out into the open air to get out of the indent and immediately tries to calm back.
Hell the fuck
Keegan.
low!
Keegan, please be Keegan, please be
Holy
Keegan.
shit. Holy shit, there. And you can hear him yelling out into the back of what sounds to be the helicopter, judging from the sound of the rotors. Holy shit, where the fuck are you? You can actually hear desperation and panic and fear in the man's voice, probably for the first time ever.
I am trying to transmit coordinates. If not, I'm describing it, and Moira starts to give him a full description of the world tree, top to bottom, and their rough angle of approach, and then their rough angle of camping, based on what she can estimate.
Okay, hold up, I'm coming. God damn, I can't believe.
Okay, everybody, get your shit together. We actually might, have to thank Keegan more than we've ever thanked him before.
Wait, but if they're coming, then we need to make some type of gift to the tree, so that it doesn't take us and eat us.
Fire.
Yeah, it's called fire food. It's called fire.
No. Tree is nice. Tree is my friend. It is not clan yet. I have not had tea with it.
Spoon, I have to tell you, there might be something on the way that is going to bring something that is called food. That will make your brain work properly again, and then you'll understand that fire is the right choice.
But it could be my friend. And then Foon is gonna go curl up and try to sleep.
Go back to bed.
He is, like, out of it.
It doesn't take you very long. It seems that Keegan actually got into a very close proximity, relatively, for your comms to work. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to really pick him up. You hear the rotors as it ducks beneath the boughs of the world tree, looking around until it finds a fairly open spot next to the cliff.
I am waving some sort of cloth or something like that to get his attention from where we are.
Holy shit! What the hell? Why are you out here? What the hell is wrong with you? You hear him screaming, both over the comm and out the helicopter at you as you approach.
10 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, on the chopper.
Just get on the helicopter. Keegan, you can yell at us all you like. We're not gonna respond. We're too tired.
So to remind you all, you're in a 2-rotor, large, basically a cargo helicopter. It fits 6 people plus 2 tons of cargo. To give you an idea, you pull
Goodness.
open the side door, and sitting there, bound up in a blanket, looking like death, is Tula. She's just sitting there in the back seat. You look at Keegan; he's got a breather mask on, and so does Tula. But they both
Smart.
look terrible.
Doctor, I think you got work to do, but we got to get out of here first.
Yeah,
You dear, get in the back with your girl. The rest of us get in the back in the cargo area so we don't crowd the fucking pilot.
Foon is
Get
gonna be
in.
like, we need to take something so that we can tell the tree that we'll be back. He's our friend.
Foon, and like
Foon,
Moira
Foon.
glances over at LeBlanc and Hamish, and I think we have to like restrain Foon at this point. Like,
Push Foon in best we can.
Come on, Foon. We're gonna go get some tea.
Can we give some tea to the tree later? And
Yeah,
it'll be
no,
my friend.
so
Sure.
Foon, remember that tobacco that I had that you were looking at like tea? Let's make some tea out of that, okay? Come on in the helicopter, and we'll make that work.
And we'll send some to the tree.
Of course, yeah.
How
No,
about if
yeah,
Moira just leaves a pinch right now for the tree and we can go?
Moira almost dumps half her bag in desperation to get Foon in the helicopter.
What the absolute hell are you people talking about? The tree? Who cares?
Keegan, shush, Keegan. Okay,
Just, yeah, just motion. No.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of people are motioning no to just like Moira goes over and
All right,
wraps
goddamn it,
Foon-
close the
her
door,
arm
we're
around
leaving.
Foon and pulls Foon into the helicopter while kind of proffering her tobacco and being like, let's make tea out of this. Let's go.
Okay.
Get on
And Foon is
board.
gonna be like, bye, tree. We left you some dessert.
Yeah, no, it's dry tea. It can make its own tea with water and stuff. It's fine. It's acid. It can be acid rain tea. And at this point, she's like bodily shoving Foon into the helicopter and following after him.
Foon's gonna go, is there any food?
Back of this ship. God damn it.
Get on the helicopter. Head count real quick to make sure we're not leaving anybody behind, like you dear.
Yeah, you all climb aboard the helicopter.
No, Ydir's back with Tulu. What's wrong with her?
The same thing that's wrong with everybody else. This planet is a toxic planet that kills people.
Mm-hmm.
No one but us has the synthesized antidote that Hamish was able to put together because he's a fucking future doctor.
Foon still
Oh.
thinks that we should give an injection to the tree. That maybe if the tree was healed, it would be nicer.
We need a
Because it
fire
would have
hose, Hoon. We need a fire hose of medicine, like.
You close the door of the helicopter.
Mm.
Keegan takes off and manages to stay silent for about a minute before... What the fuck, people? What happened? What happened to us? Jesus Christ. Why are we out in the mud? Why are you out here? We're like 10
Where's the
goddamn
ship,
miles out from
Keegan?
the ship. It's a goddamn
Where's
miracle.
the
We were
ship,
going to leave
Keegan?
you if there was enough fucking gas. We had to rely on your girl back there.
Keegan, can you just explain to the rest of us what happened when you and the other people on the ship landed on the planet?
Fuck. All right.
Before, when we were in orbit.
So we were all going through the space graveyard or whatever the hell it was. And then I heard Armin scream up in the cockpit. And then something big hit the ship. Like, big. I got knocked all over the engine room. Heard straps breaking on crash couches and shit.
God.
Yeah. And then, when I woke up, it was just the fucking 4 of us. You were all gone. Besides that, our ship's stuck in some kind of, I don't even know, branch web or some shit.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're fucking stuck.
All right, look, Keegan. The best that we can say is the missed jump fucked with time and space in such a way that we were ejected from the ship, and we were separated. We literally just picked up Ydir, but it's been a harrowing week for us. I'm sure it's been pretty bad for you two.
God damn, is that how that works? Huh.
It might not, but the hard thing about mist jumps is that you can't really study them without risking your life. It's like playing a really, really deadly game of the lottery.
God damn. I thought we were gonna die out here. We still might die out here. Holy shit.
Yeah, we might.
Hey, wait, you can see for yourself.
The tree is lonely. Maybe it was calling us all home.
Is there a med kit on the helicopter?
I was gonna
Is
say,
there a cheeseburger?
There's probably
on the
like a first.
helicopter?
There's probably a
Is
first
there-
aid kit somewhere.
is there any supplies that we can literally hoover into Foon's face? Like,
No food, unfortunately, but there's a first aid kit behind the pilot seat.
Something
sedate
to
him.
sedate Foon.
It doesn't take you very long to reach the ship and out of the window of the helicopter. You can peer out and you can see the guilty. It is bound up in the boughs of several trees where vines and what seem to be long branches have begun growing quickly over it. The vines sometimes seem to wrap around parts of the ship, and you're fairly high up. You're overlooking a fairly steep cliff down into what appears to be a small creek or river, but you're among the very tops of these tall branches and trees. Keegan was lucky enough to get the helicopter out of the bay, but as you approach, you can see it's even getting worse. Like, this goddamn jungle's alive. It needs to be nuked from orbit.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want to
That's what
nuke it. It is our
believe.
friend.
No. On that.
Oh
we
yeah, that's
can
a
agree.
hug.
Like,
It just
Keegan-
doesn't understand that you can't eat friends. It is lonely.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Keegan, wherever we are, if we ever gain enough power to be able to come back and bomb a planet, this is like the perfect opportunity to do onto a planet that won't do anything to any kind of life. Because goddamn, this place needs to be bombed to high heaven, like top to bottom. It's awful.
This shit's not even in the space map.
We just need to talk to
We-
it. We need to convince
let's
it that
not-
it is our friend, and then we can grow as much tea in there as possible.
Alright,
Food.
hold up. I'm gonna land and then we'll get some
Land,
food into the
yeah.
cat real quick. Oh, speaking of food, yeah, we're not looking too good on that anymore. Reminder, it's been over a week. And Armin can't really keep food down. Your girl's not doing too good either. Like, shit's all fucked, man.
Yeah. No, there's a toxin. Basically, it's airborne.
I'll say.
Keegan, you and I will work on the engine, see if we can make something work. And if we're all together, maybe we can find some solution, you know?
The helicopter touches down on the stuck open pad of the guilty as vines wrap around it slightly, starting to spread. The helicopter retracts and Keegan has to go and flip the switch several times to force the bay to close. As you all climb out of the ship, Keegan, he steps out into the hallway for a minute, comes back and tosses one of the space rations that you pick up periodically during maintenance.
Mm.
Yeah, hey, we don't have much of those left. Like, we don't have much of anything left. Vending machine's almost empty too.
Of course.
No.
Food. We need food.
Yeah, eat
I
that.
still say that we need to talk to the tree.
Keegan, just come with me, and we'll walk straight
I
to the
don't
engine
want to
room.
see it. I already looked at it. God
Yeah, I
damn
don't-
it.
Yeah,
All right.
now we're both here. That means we gotta work. Fuck.
Alright, look. Maneuver drive might get us out into orbit. That's a might, and that's probably it. We got no fuel. We got a little bit to buzz around this shithole of a system. Jump drive, you might notice, is fucking sideways. Shit's completely fucked. That's gonna need new parts, new pretty much everything. Holy shit. Hull's fucked. We got vines coming through parts of the hull. I don't think we can probably sit in the cargo bay for too long before the vacuum sucks out all the air. You know what I'm saying?
But if
Like, we're
it's-
fucked. Excuse my language. I don't mean to curse so much. It's just I'm out of whiskey about 3 days, and I'm gonna probably kill somebody before Foon does at this rate.
If it's
Yeah.
if it's a sentient plant or sapient plant, then we can talk to it and it can help us, and it is the whole planet.
Goddamn,
So we
eat
need
your
to-
MR.
We need just we
Eat
need
your
to get the whole
food.
planet
So
on
what
our
is?
side.
Keegan, we found a ship that got us some coordinates. It was decrepit, it was ancient, but it still had armor plating. We might be able to fix the maneuver drive, fly over to it, strip as much as we can, patch what we can, get into space, and then hope to the fucking high heavens that we get a signal out that someone picks up on.
Or
Yeah,
we strip all those ships in that graveyard and get the parts we need.
I was thinking that.
I'm going to sick
Can we
bay.
get other ships up there? Is there a ship
I'm gonna-
that's bigger and better than our current ship?
There might be, but stripping an entire ship and building it from scratch requires a lot of food, which we don't have.
Yeah,
It's going to be a day of starving while we plate the fucking shit out of the ship, and then we're up in space.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we got maybe a week, maybe 2 of left of food. If Armin would stop puking it all goddamn back up, shit pisses me off. I swear to God.
So you're not feeling
The doctor
ill?
will synthesize.
I feel horrible,
Okay, just making sure.
but I'm not gonna let this place kill me before the rest of you are sure dead. You know what I'm saying?
I'll
Look,
get to sick bay and synthesize some more
Yeah, I'm
antidote.
I'm okay. All right, I'm gonna go lay down now. Thank you.
yeah, no.
My
no,
job's
Keegan.
done. Watch
will-
out for your girl, by the way. That girl's. Oh man, is lucky. You're lucky.
Mm.
That's what you are. That's what you are. And he storms off.
I'll walk
Idea will
over.
go
and pat-
talk to Lou, see what's.
You walk up to her, and she's laying there,
So-
curled up, sweating, pale skin, looks absolutely horrible, starved, sick. And she looks up at you and says, I just picked a direction.
So you found us off Blood and Luck.
Yeah. She
Hmm.
says, and a bit sarcastically.
Mhm.
Well, I'll take luck over. Sometimes luck is all you need.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I feel like I'm dying.
So, you are, but the doctor will find something for us.
Good.
This planet is toxic.
And she says good, and then kind of slumps over on the side, covering herself with a blanket, and passes out, falls asleep. Who knows?
I feel like I'm dying. You are.
Wow.
You'd think a psychic would be more empathetic.
Yeah, you think so. Moira wanders down to engineering and just starts to smoke her pipe while she stares at the ruined jump drive and the partially ruined maneuver drive, kind of just trying to pick her plan out, kind of thing.
Oh, it's so bad, Moira.
Wow.
This is a lot of work.
I think she also grabs one of the ship's rations just to munch on because she has been starving, but she
Yeah.
also has she's lived in starvation before, so she knows not to eat a bunch of food right away or else she'll just throw it up anyway. So she's just slowly acclimatizing her body to calories again while just kind of staring, smoking the pipe, looking at all the work that her and Keegan have coming up.
Sure.
Foon.
In the med bay, if you check, Armand is
Mhm.
laying up on the bed, and it seems that Cindy has made a sleeping spot next to the bed, and they're both in there, Hamish sleeping, unconscious, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. I'll come in and shake Cindy awake, see if she responds.
Doesn't really, no.
Oh, fuck.
She's not dead.
Shake.
Her breathing's steady,
Shake Armin.
but her skin is pale. Armin,
Well, shit's
you
pale
shake
to
him, and
begin with.
he starts awake and looks up at you, but his eyes is blurry and he doesn't really seem to make sense. He says a few
Okay,
things to
let's-
you with purpose, but it kind of slurs.
Just pat him on the shoulder. I'll get you better. And pull out the notes and try to whip up a batch of
Yeah, for sure.
Antidote.
You do so, and as you spend time in the ship, you hear the croaking and creaking. I can never do that. Groaning and creaking of the ship. I'm gonna keep using that until I get it right. As the branches and roots, cover it, wrap around it.
And rip into it.
You can make a medical check, or yeah, it was a medical check last time, wasn't it?
I think it was, yes.
Yeah, probably should be science something, but medical's fine. Doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but
It does, but I mean, I was basing most of my stuff off their research anyway. So.
So, within a couple of hours, basically repeating the process with, thankfully, the much better equipment that you have in your own medbay. Although the power is very light on the edges of going out. You manage to whip up some antidotes and set the patients in the proper position, inject them, and wait for them to expel the infection.
Mm-hmm.
It's very pleasant, I assure you.
Mm-hmm. Before we dispose of all the bile, I will take a sample from each one so
Okay.
I can do more analysis.
Sure. And the ship is fairly quiet,
Oh.
besides the creaking and groaning
Yay!
of the ship. Everybody just takes a minute to recover themselves, eat, get out of the jungle for a second. You notice that the life support is still on. A couple of the electronics, you can probably get the ship running. It's heavily damaged. You're going to need to do a lot of work, especially in the engine room, to be able to get out of here. On top of the issue of not having any fuel.
Moira, how bad is it?
Moira kind of puffs away at the pipe, try not to breathe it at anybody, and kind of goes, Keegan described it accurately. Jump drive is fucked. Be like beyond fucked. I'm not even, I don't think we could reinstall it if we had even me having the tools. It's got to be in a proper bay at a proper starport.
We gotta try.
Gotta try.
We got no choice.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm scared about. The maneuver drive looks all right. I think Keegan and I, with a couple of days, could get it working functionally. It's just the jump drive that is already fucked, and man, it didn't work very well before.
Holy shit, I had never thought I would live to see something like that ever. Oh,
That's
my
probably
God.
that's probably one of the worst missed jumps I've ever lived through.
It's living
Wait.
after it that's
Have
the
we-
issue.
Wait, you've been.
Have we
through
checked
a
the star
mist
map or
jump
library?
before?
Wait, do we have an unlucky misjumper on our ship?
Curse. The curse.
I lived through 2 others in my time as a spacer.
Holy shit, that's unheard of.
Technically, I have had one.
One other?
When
We
I
need
landed
to
on
vet
Ida,
people
it was a
better.
misjump.
I looked at the traveler map. We're not anywhere known space. Hold on, let me pull it up again. I mean, this place isn't marked, is what I mean. Thankfully, we can only miss jump so
Right.
fucking far with jump 2. We landed
Oh.
somewhere near, damn, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Guacamole? Something like that.
We need
Oh,
more ships, and we need
How
to.
far away is the nearest?
Gualcamay. Aye.
Yeah, guacamole, right. We landed somewhere, I think we're on the parsec under New Covenant.
All right. So we're three-ish parsecs away from our actual target. We're two parsecs away from Aaron, which is where we were stopping from Throd.
Yeah. You think those
So at least-
assholes moved on yet? I knew they were following us.
But the only viable jump right now is either Guacamayé or New Covenant, and I don't think we want to go to New Covenant.
Okay,
Well,
I have an
Guacamole
idea,
isn't
and you're
gonna
gonna
work,
think I'm
though.
insane.
It says here,
Or
got a gas
did
giant.
I?
We got fuel scoops. We don't even need to land on the planet.
Yeah, Guacamole, we can't. It's a pre-space technology or pre-space world. We don't have anything to help us.
God
They'll have
damn.
food.
We could go to Aaron, but it's a seaport, which I don't know if you can fix the issues that we have with our jump drive, even if we're able to, to do what we can to make it functional for one jump.
Well,
Yeah, it's gonna
first
cost
things
us a
first.
goddamn fortune.
Let's see if we can even.
We've got all the
get to
scrap
orbit.
ships, right? So we have all
Yes.
the scrap
Also-
ships, and you know
At
what?
the very
Your psychic friend that's following you, he should make friends. Well, actually, he should not make friends. We should invite the tree to eat him
Mm-hmm.
because
We-
the tree is lonely, and
So-
therefore we should bring him here, and the tree can have him, and the tree will remember us with kindness.
Mm-hmm.
We should
I
also.
love the idea. Let's Foon, go rest.
Boon's gonna go collapse in his bunk and be quiet.
Really-
Wow,
one
you
of
guys
the
had a
things we could
rough.
also do is, have we been pushing out a distress beacon?
No. I haven't really thought about it. Power is not very stable, and I don't know. I didn't think about
Keegan.
doing that.
Let's get the powers.
Who the fuck's gonna find us out here? We're not even in a map. Nobody's out here. Nobody fucking lives here.
One person is looking for us at least, and that person has
Do
a
we
ship.
want him? Well, one, if he followed us, we misjumped. He was following us to. Where were we headed? Janet
Hey.
or wherever?
No, Aaron. It was from
Aaron.
it was from Throd, so we weren't even on our target yet. So he does his literally. We could be 2 parsecs in any fucking direction. He has no idea, or 3, because we're technically 3 away from Throd right now.
Mm. Yeah, he was following us to Aaron.
Regardless,
That
at
was
least
our
have-
course.
Regardless, if we at least have a distress beacon, we might be able to get a passing ship.
Okay, well, I think we all need
We
some
could have that
rest.
as a backup, and then I believe you said you passed some sort of ship graveyard and cruiser.
Yeah.
We could use Hegan's helicopter to help us lift.
We should be able to lift over to the cruiser and use Moira's idea. See if we can get some plating, patch the holes so we're at least stable.
We just can't be
Head
fucking
to
losing
orbit.
air. If we're
Yeah.
if we're losing vacuum, we can't leave fucking orbit. That's the way it
No.
works.
Yeah.
We could do
So we
that.
gotta-
Could we?
Might be
basic
easier to do it in
math.
orbit if we depressurize the cargo bay and then wear vac suits.
And where do we put the 12 scientists we have back there?
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Mm.
How many
Another thing.
tons cargo do they take?
If we could,
It's like 2.5.
Could we fit them in the helicopter?
Yeah,
12 coffins.
most of them.
It's
I
like
think we
the
could probably, if we spread them across one and across the pilot seat, probably, yeah.
Why would the helicopter be vacuum sealed? Duct
Uh,
tape.
Well,
It's the
no,
hangar
like
bay.
yeah,
If we can get
I
one piece of the ship sealed, we stick them in there.
And,
then
like,
the rest we just vac suit it.
I still think that a helicopter, it's not necessarily a high altitude helicopter, but most helicopters have pretty good vacuum seal. Like, it's a pretty good seal on those doors. Like,
one other thing is that if we can use the ship's sensors, we can use this planet's too active for me to, and the psionic area, psionic aura is the best way to describe it, is too strong for me to open and lower my shields completely. If we can use the ship's scanners to detect for life signs, those that cannot help with the repairs can at least try to secure a food source.
Well, we could get a food source and take care of the scientists. Never mind. I'm channeling Foon again.
Mm. Yeah.
I have been in survival situations where cannibalism came to mind, but thankfully I never had to go that direction.
Hey, Foon, you think you could ask the tree nicely to let us the fuck go?
That's what I was planning
have-
on doing,
have
but
tried.
nobody thinks that I am actually doing well at communicating with it.
Has yet to
I-
respond to a single thing you've said.
Oh, we gotta let it. We gotta make it let go somehow, or we gotta shoot it or something.
I
Yep,
think
we
that
got a
if we
laser.
gave it something as a present, it would work. But I have no idea why I think this.
The only thing it seems to want is people that it absorbs via vines. So
I
unless we're
know.
willing to give up some scientists, I don't think that's very ethical or willing. It's something that our doctor is going to be willing to do.
Is there any way that there's
And it seems
like
to want only those that have psionic capabilities.
I know no, it tried to stab us other people in the brain too, right?
Yes,
Mm.
everybody
All of us.
but everyone but Foon was being stabbed when we woke up last session. So
So unless all of them have hidden psychic abilities and Foon does not,
Well,
then it was
all
taking
creatures
any of them.
resonate some sort of. All creatures resonate some sort of psionic ability, but it's either so minimal that it's unregistrable and unusable, or they have not unlocked the ability to use it.
Foon's suggestion is, well, is there any way we could get the person that was trying to chase us here? Because we could feed him to the tree, and then the tree would be happy.
No. I
What
mean,
about the other
How would you
300
plan on
people
feeding
on
them
the
to the tree?
yeah, and as much as I would love to feed him to the tree, in this situation, the ship in question that attacked us is so much bigger than us. I would rather never see it again. I don't want that ship coming here.
by the time
ever.
we get to Aaron, it's gonna be like 3 weeks. So, I mean, hopefully it'll move on.
Okay.
God damn.
We'll see.
Hopefully.
So,
Moira tries to nap, and then she's gonna move on to doing engine repair as soon as possible.
So are you
Hamish will take
going onto orbit or going
Well,
over
we
the
need to-
wreckage?
Well, we need to inventory the Guild T, I think. See how much damage there is.
Engine bay is really messed up. The hull has sustained a lot of damage. Probably, I don't know, you want to call it like 10 hull damage. As well as the cargo bay has trouble pressurizing and holding oxygen due to hull damage.
So I think we should try to lift off, make sure the maneuver drive is working fine, go to the graveyard, pick up what the parts we can, slap them on, and then when we're at least comfortable giving it a shot, we go up in orbit, see if we hold vacuum, you know?
Okay, so over to the cruiser. See if there's anything we can pair with and head up.
And I'm a
Good
little bit,
stuff.
I'm a tiny bit worried. It's been on this planet for a really long time, but we'll see.
What? No, the cruiser just fell.
Oh, right, the cruiser. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of that the ancient. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
we can. So,
it fell 4 days ago. 5 days ago. What is it? I don't know.
how big is that cruiser? Is it bigger than our current ship?
Oh
Yeah.
hell yeah, but it's dead. It's scrap.
It's scrap.
We're looking for hull plating to seal some holes, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Foon
we'll
will
grab
help to do that, but he will still be muttering to himself about talking to the tree, and that
Mhm.
he is convinced that the tree
So-
helped us because of the timings of things.
Barbara, Keegan, LeBlanc, when we take off from this wonderful tree web that has us in its grasp, we need to make sure Foon is asleep.
Aye. No, that
What?
sounds like a good idea.
What? It does? Why?
Foon's a little bit not gonna like it when we use the lasers to cut our way out of this damn tree.
Man, you guys really had it rough out in that jungle, huh?
Yeah.
Foon didn't eat for like almost 6, 7, 8 days. I
Yeah.
don't think I don't think Aslan do that.
That must have been
No.
torture.
Well, yeah.
All right.
All involved.
So who's gonna be in the gunner seat?
Crap, the blank's gotta fly.
I was
I'll
gonna.
do it.
I was,
What,
Yeah, I was
what,
gonna
what
say-
skill is that?
a gunner, I believe.
Gunner. Yeah.
Gunner turret.
It's not gonna be me. I need to.
I do not got that.
Actually, I have gunner
Who's got
turret,
it?
so I have gunner turret too. So, if Hamish, if you
Yeah,
be the
that's
comms
actually really good.
operator, if you be the comms operator, I can shoot.
Okay, I can do that. And start drawing up a plan to work with our current rations, but also try to get people healed, at least in some fashion.
Yeah, ration side of things isn't looking too good either. As for the patients, they seem to be recovering. Cindy, if you spend enough time, will wake up
Yeah.
first. Just sit up. It looks terrible, but at least she's been eating.
Good. I'll look at her,
This
Cindy.
isn't exactly the smooth ride that I was promised.
Hey.
Right back to Caledon.
Yeah,
You look horrible.
I feel it.
My gosh.
Cindy, whatever this planet's doing, and I'll show her the tablet. We found a cruiser with some old data, and they were close to coming up with an antidote for the toxin, which permeates every aspect of the ecosystem.
This log almost
was
looks like
able
the
to-
beginning of, or maybe even before the Third Imperium. This is ancient.
Yeah, we figure it's long ago. The medical equipment was laughable. See if you can improve upon it, maybe come up with a better antidote. Because my hack, I'm afraid, will probably wear off before long.
I can try. I mean, I haven't been able to make moonshine yet with the plants on this planet.
No, we shouldn't. But
With the
if we can come
distill,
up with
with
an
the mini
antidote-
still that's sitting on the counter.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot. This is a bad situation. We're being covered by branches and vines. It's like
Yeah.
this forest is alive.
It is very much. And it's a single life.
A
Actually.
single life. This whole jungle.
Yes.
That's incredible. It explains what the toxin on everything.
And it's terrifying at the same time. It means getting off this planet's going to be hard.
Has this effect on humans? God, I can't imagine the effects it might have on smaller creatures, or maybe it
There are
affects
no-
other wildlife differently.
There is no life on this planet except
I
the
see that.
plants. Yeah,
Just killed everything. Birds, animals.
but that
It's all gone.
toxin,
That would just make this the solitary creature on the planet.
that toxin though may be the key if we can figure out how to utilize it against itself. Or it may point us in a way to create something which can stop it. We'll have a chance of getting away.
We do not have the tools for that. Or the
No.
time.
Well,
You need a
see if
lab
we can-
ship, Hamish.
There might be one in orbit if we can get there.
You need an armada of scientists.
I only have 12
Regulations.
in boxes.
What's more likely to happen is that this infection will run up against our immune systems, overpower it, and adapt and kill us before we have time to make a cure against it.
Yeah. Well, see if you can improve on what I got. That's where we are today.
I can
Tomorrow,
try.
we'll worry about it then.
She'll give it a shot. There's not really much to work with.
Nope.
Anybody else doing anything? You are currently stuck in the guilty.
Foon will have made tea, but he's also going to be seeing if there's anything that he can fix with his mechanics.
Doc, I think you
Skill.
can spike the tea when it's not looking.
Moira is doing something very similar, but just she's back in the engine room working on the different drives and the J drive mostly, because the maneuver drive seems to be semi-functional.
Yeah.
What does he need to fix, like, the hull and all that stuff?
We have to fly there first, don't we?
Spare
It's just like
parts.
plating.
Well, yeah,
Shipyard, yes.
okay. And I was asking what skill, or are we gonna have to roll for it?
Probably for hull work, I was thinking maybe mechanics.
Woohoo!
Yay!
Maybe just a
Ow.
base engineering if you didn't want to do mechanics.
No, I'll do
Okay.
mechanics.
We have mechanics. And
I think that makes the most sense, especially if you're doing it on the ground.
Mm.
okay. Well, Foon is gonna be cataloging what needs to be done and randomly talking to himself still.
Right.
He is still convinced that the best way to handle this is to get the tree on our side since it is the only living being.
You haven't tried offering a tea yet.
I have not.
GM giving you a god tip, you know. Hey, nudge, nudge, give it tea, bro. That'll work.
Yeah,
You're gonna feed my insanity for this.
he will.
No, one day we're gonna find a planet that like the entire social culture works on the exchange of gifts, and Foon will be in heaven, and it'll be like
Yes.
Foon is completely willing to go give the thing tea, but I don't think the rest of the group is gonna let him.
Maneuver drive works, Moira. For the most part, it's gonna need some replacement parts for long term. It took a lot of damage, but it'll get you around the system at least.
okay. So she shifts her attention to the J drive then, and just tries to make sense of the madness that occurred because of that missed jump.
Yeah, jump drive's gonna need a lot of work, a lot of ingenuity, piecing things together from the wrecks and the graveyard above. If you can't at least get it into a working position, you're gonna be stuck here. So
Okay, well, she has a +2 for her J drive, so I think that means she's relatively knowledgeable of it. So she just gets to work on what she can, and if you want me to roll or not, just let me know.
not yet. You really don't have anything to work on it with. You are
That
again
makes sense.
stuck in the boughs of the tree.
Yeah, so we gotta get the ship moving. So M drive
So
is working.
we're really stuck in the bowels of the tree.
Yes, it's wrapping itself around the freaking ship.
Okay.
So let's get the engines fired up and burn our way out of this fucker.
Before
Lasers,
they
yeah.
go and manage to do that, Food is going to run outside and try to convince the tree to move itself.
Okay. The airlock opens, and Foon is standing out there on the branches, splashing tea around, trying to convince the tree to let the guilty go, to look into its heart and release the ship that meant to do it no harm.
Yep.
LeBlanc,
It is-
you get a message as Foon is doing this. Fire it up. Come on, let's go.
It is callous and indifferent. It cares not for your words, Foon.
Food is gonna go and be like, now he's very angry, and he's going to go storm to his turret.
Good.
Or airlock
Boom.
closes and Foon huffs up to the turret.
Hamish looks over at Moira, shrugs, heads to the sick bay.
Moira climbs into the comms unit and just kind of shrugs at LeBlanc.
Oh, Jesus. You can see Keegan, he's like in the engine room, just like head on a piece of metal. Like, my God. Well, anyway. Is that the idea? Throw up the thrusters and try to shoot and fly your way out?
Yep.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. LeBlanc, would you like to get us started with that then? The ship cockpit, again, a few of the screens are blown out, a couple of wires hanging down. Not in the best shape ever, but at least the actual cockpit controls work. Are you muted?
You're muted.
What? I just got back.
Okay.
Sorry.
The rest of the crew wants to go with the idea of throwing or firing up the engines and trying to blast out of the hole that the tree has you in while using the lasers to shoot the branches.
Cool. Has everybody gone potty?
I was gonna say, because you're a dope pilot. Can't believe that's what you went with.
So, if you would like to fire up the engines and get us started with that, we could do a pilot check. Okay. The Guilty's engines fire up. There's a bit of a grinding sound in the engine room as the ship starts up. However, the blast of flame from the back of the Guilty show that the thrusters are working well enough. You start accelerating, and Foon, as you're in the gunner seat, you can see the vines and branches. It does seem to have been constricting the ship, squeezing into it. Go ahead and make a turret gunner check if you want to try to blast some of that away.
Fuck it
You're
up.
muted.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I am grabbing my turret gunner skill to double check. Oh, I thought it was higher. Oh well.
Still a 9. You're fine.
Alright. As you take off, LeBlanc, you notice that the ship kind of lurches forward as if something is resisting against you. You hear the sounds of the laser turret above shooting off branches, and some of them kind of fall onto the windshield of the ship as you're taking off. Make one more pilot check as you try to free yourself from the top of the tree. Yeah, it takes a bit of a twist. It's got you in a pretty good position, but then everybody feels the lurch of the ship kind of jolt to the right, almost turn sideways as everybody has to hold on. But the ship fires up the engine to a brief maximum burn, and the Guilty blasts off from the top of the tree, flying up into the clouds.
Farewell, our tree friend.
Yeah, burned up the top of the trees pretty good.
I was gonna say we roasted a section of that fucker.
Yes. Guilty flies among the gray clouds for a little while before you can head back. And Moira, you probably have a note somewhere of where the wreckage was. And plus, you can probably spot it if you fly around long enough. Left a pretty good trail.
Moira immediately transmits all the information she's been saving on her tablet onto the Guilty, which gives the pilot LeBlanc all access that he needs. So.
Okay. LeBlanc, you are gonna have to spend a little bit of time trying to wiggle the ship into landing, basically where the trail of the wreckage is, because it's surrounded by dense jungle. It takes you a bit of time, just trying it over and over again to get the right angle. But eventually the guillotine touches down, and you can step out back into the jungle and see the wreckage of the cruiser, Soleimani riding on the side of it. Keegan throws down the cargo bay doors and stands there looking at it with a breather mask on. It's like, oh goddamn. Well, I guess we're getting to work.
Moira kind of jumps past him with an acetylene torch in hand, getting ready to cut, and descends towards the cruiser.
With all of our guns.
All right. People who are working on this, we probably want to see either base engineering or mechanics checks.
Okay, I'll do mechanics checks for Foon. Does my mechanics
Engineering for sure.
kit, does it help that I have a mechanics kit? I always forget if that actually does anything.
Actually, yes.
It does?
Mhm.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Really? Really? Bruh?
Apparently I'm rolling rocks tonight, dude.
Bruh.
Wait, I need to check
Oh,
how
wow.
much the mechanics kit
Moira
help.
leaps onto the cruiser with an acetylene torch, climbs into a hole in the hull, and 30 seconds later you just hear this screeching sound of the acetylene against the metal. It's like, wow, goddamn, you're really into it. All right, hold away from me.
Yeah, no, I'm imagining a lot of experience doing this in a vac suit, junking off other ships in the middle of the vacuum. So
Absolutely.
this is decidedly less hazardous.
Yeah, and you took a note of the holes in the hull. Moira, you think you could probably get this done maybe about midday the next day if you keep at it?
Yeah, she knows how long it's gonna take. She's trying not to tell everybody else because she knows how long it'll take to burn through sections.
Yep.
Can we use the drones in the ship? Because my engineer and mechanics suck, but my remote ops is a +2.
Mhm.
I don't think scout drones are gonna help you here. No.
Okay.
Don't have that kind
Any
of functionality.
electronics work you need done?
Foon is gonna help with the mechanics stuff, and since I do not seem to have written down what the mechanics kit actually provides, I'm just gonna use his base.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for now.
Oh, you're looking for that too? Because I have it, but I didn't know where it is.
Why did they use
I
the
think
word
it's one of
mechanic?
those things that you actually need to actually do mechanics without having it to.
Yeah, but I can't imagine your ship doesn't
There it
have
is.
like an emergency
Oh no, I have one.
repair kit
I
or
just
something.
couldn't figure out if it gave
If
me
it
a
gave
plus.
bonus.
If it gives a
Mm.
bonus. That's what I was trying to figure out.
I remember reading it once.
Mechanic does not allow a traveler to build new devices or alter existing ones. It is purely for repairs and maintenance, but covers all types of equipment.
The kit, not the skill.
I know.
Yeah, the kit,
I'm just
not
reading
the
that because I
skill.
think that's interesting.
Oh.
Required for repairs and construction. Mechanical kit. Yes, that's page.
Okay, it's required. Okay.
That's page I don't know.
But it's required, so that's all I need to know. But alright.
But I can't. Again, I think your ship probably has something like that. I can't imagine not having.
I
that.
have. It was one of the items that Foon bought, so
Oh,
he
sweet.
has it.
Ooh, okay.
So he has one.
Good.
If the toolkit is at least 2 tech higher levels higher than the item or task that is being worked on, it will grant a +2.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. That's what I was looking for.
Well, I
'Cause I was like,
definitely-
I thought it had a plus. The mechanics kit that I have is tech level.
Well, you rolled well
12.
enough anyway. So
It's
as
tech 12.
Yeah.
So
as Moira's in there cutting off the pieces that you need to repair the hull, people who are helping out assisting with that, and then Foon's up there with the mechanical kit, patching up the holes. Good purchase. Nice. That's gonna take you throughout the day and most of the night if you keep at it. You can see, from the sky during the night, and, like the glowing light of people working on the guillotine as it's sitting next to the wreck.
Okay. I'll
Anything?
work with
Yeah.
Armin, make sure everybody gets fed and watered
Yeah,
appropriately.
he'll wake up
Like
at
a
some
tree.
point. Oh, hello. I thought you were dead. Yeah,
I
he
think
says
we
it to
were.
himself. Are we in hell? I think we're in hell. I looked outside. It looked like hell.
That's a very
Hold on.
grim hell.
He leans over and pukes into the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, you'll feel much better after that.
Oh my god.
It takes about an hour. Get some water.
This is terrible. I'm never signing up with a cruise for you again. I'm gonna vet the next people that I
Don't.
stow away with.
I don't blame you. We need to stretch our rations. I will come up with some supplements to add to try to boost everybody's systems.
We're gonna run out of food.
Yes, we are.
The doctor's been studying
Means anything.
empathy
I
under the
could-
psyker.
We're gonna starve.
Well, there's
Well, no, we won't.
if it helps, I could put myself and potentially Tulu in this state of suspended animation. We would not need to eat, so it would allow you to have more food.
Yep.
I think we're good for now.
Yeah, no, I think I think the priority is getting to a fucking place where we can just get food.
Yeah, to get the ship repaired
Fair
so we
enough.
can fly. But work with Armin, come up with a plan, and come up with a system. The other thing we're going to need is water.
Yeah.
And then we're back on the ship, so Moira, once again, I feel like this is clockwork, but she approaches the doctor and asks for stims.
You know those are addictive, right?
So Yadir will actually go up to
They are.
go up to Hamish as well and goes,
You said that the water here is acidic, correct?
Yes. Very
Wouldn't
weird.
you
There is
be
fresh
able
water.
to now? Correct, but we could set up a series of rain collectors, and if we had a base element like lye, we could purify it into a not as acidic water.
Yeah.
I wonder if the
That's
fuel
interesting.
processor.
How to
I'm
do
kind of
that
worried
with-
if we run this. Yeah, we might need to purify it if we're gonna do it that approach. Because if we put the toxic water in there, it's gonna burn up the fuel processor.
Correct.
Yeah, if we can.
Moira,
we can
would you
make
happen to
them.
know of any chemicals on board that are non-toxic and base oriented? If not, I can go try to scrounge out for natural elements that are base.
Moira tries to think back to her time perusing the various stuff in our cargo holder in the medical bay. Does anything jump out to him, or?
You don't really have anything in your cargo bay at the
We have
moment.
soap.
Is that for
Yeah.
people?
Soap,
Except for people.
maybe. I think so. I think that comes with the standard supplies that people have to pay for, commodities.
Mm.
We have sand.
Could I try chemistry to figure out how to deacidify the water through some other
Yeah, that's interesting.
action?
Setting up the structures, maybe survival, and then yeah, you can go ahead and try that science.
I can do survival.
That's an interesting idea. That's not what I had
I
in
got
mind,
I
but
got
like
survival
it.
on fucking lock.
Education.
Survival intelligence.
Ugh, that hurt.
Survival, yeah, intelligence or education.
All right.
Yep, he does in fact got it. So
I do got it. I'm a survivor.
Yadir quickly sets up a few rain collectors because there's plenty of resources out here. Hamish, you spent some time trying to gather chemicals to try to purify it or come up with a system to purify the water. Today, you didn't come up with any good solutions. You don't have quite the resources to make this easy, and this water is painfully acidic.
Hmm.
So you manage to collect it during the
You
night.
do
You have plenty of
also-
it, but you don't know how to purify it yet.
Yudir would
Perhaps
also
so.
make, or at least try to make, some sort of like cloak out of the leaves, out of the trees, so that way he to be more resistant to the acid rain, as well as covering up some of his exposed skin with like the mud and that kind of stuff to help make sure he doesn't like burn up and like also kind of help protect against the acidity.
Sure. Yeah, the guilty doesn't quite like this rain either. It's been exposed to it quite a few times now, so the holes. Your ship's not looking too good. You can clearly step outside and take a look at where the cruiser impacted at the top of it. Yeah, it's not the beautiful thing it was when it left Vincent, that's for sure.
I can't wait to bring this hunk of shit back into Caledon. Like, oh,
you
good
go.
lord.
They didn't have a ship if we didn't have this, so they should still be grateful to us.
No, I just know, but it's like the mental image is like driving a car that's falling off with pieces into a parking lot, parking, and then it all just breaks off into pieces as soon as we stop.
I'm waiting for us to be like, well, we brought it back. Let's just get us extra money. You didn't think we would bring it back, so I need lots of money.
God.
It's crazy.
God.
Well, Foon and Moira, as you spearhead the efforts to finish patching up the cargo bay, Yadir has water set up and is doing his best out here in the jungle, his environment. Hamish, probably going to take you a bit more time to work out using this water as fuel. But Cindy will help you with that if you...
Yeah, get Cindy to help me because her chemistry is always much better than mine.
Right, she comes out and she assists you about a few hours in. Like, oh, okay, let's try. One moment.
Yeah.
Cindy comes out about 2 or 3 hours and starts walking around the wreckage and the environment, gathering up tools and what you think might be able to be used to filter out the water. Still, the night passes, and as the next day comes, it's about midday as you finish creating this system to purify the water. It's going to take you a little bit of time, and the ship has again, I have to imagine they have hoses or some such technology connected to the fuel scoops and pumps to get water in there. This might not be enough. In fact, this from one night of rain, might not be enough to fill this up. You might be here for quite a while if you go with this method. But it gets you part of the way there, and the longer you stay here, the better it will be. You think you've got maybe 3 D-tons or 4 during the night of fuel? You should have 20 tons that you need.
Mm-hmm. For jump, yeah.
So, 5 days to get the required amount for a full jump, or
That's
we
if it
burn the
rains
current.
every night.
Yeah,
If it
but
rains.
or like what is the amount of fuel we have left over from the mist jump?
It should be. Let me look at the ship. It's in the pins.
Please,
Mm.
yeah, I would love to do this like to the letter. So if we miss jump and it burns that much fuel, then we could yeah.
The fuel tanks, 23 D-tons to jump. It's 20, so you would have 3 left over. If you gather another 3 during the night, you have 6. So you need 14 more tons of water if you're gonna
Yeah,
crack
we're gonna
enough
need
to do this.
But we'll need a ton to keep all the systems powered.
Not 2. So 15 at the minimum.
Yeah, 3 tons of fuel gives us 12 weeks of power.
Might take you quite a while.
Science, bitch.
Might be able to find something in orbit, find wreckage or
Wreckage, comet,
gas
something
giant,
like that.
ice comet. You're lucky you didn't
Yeah.
jump into an empty parsec.
Probably seems more a good idea to get out of the acid rain and have it stop
Yeah.
affecting our hull all the time.
Yeah. No, I think we look for a gas giant or something. If not, we can come back. Ugh.
I would
But let's
prefer not
keep
doing
on
that.
patch. Hull patch. Let's get to orbit. That's our next step.
Yeah, I just assume that Moira's been talking to people over comms this entire time. She's been like an ant scurrying over the edge of the ship, patching up all the holes and stuff.
Yep. So you do. With Foon's help, it's not too bad. You at least think that the cargo bay will hold pressure now. And with a bit more fuel in the tank, the maneuver drive should be able to power you out into the orbit off the planet.
Well, shall we go up to the graveyard and see if there's anything worth picking?
If we can find a jump drive that isn't absolutely fucked, we can do some surgery, or we can find parts that can make our jump drive a little bit more functional. Something.
Yeah. Sounds good. Moira, one thing does occur to me. The bastards that were chasing us. It's been well over a week. They might be arriving soon.
Well,
They're
Arriving
not
where?
already here.
well, I agree with you. I also think that we have as much chance of them being 2, 3, 4, 5 parsecs away.
I'm hoping, but we just need to keep an active sensor watch.
I will. I think it's also important to note that Yadir, in these moments, I know you were meditating during the attack, but they're probably homing in on you in some way. So if you can do anything to hide your presence, anything with that stuff you can do, it would be appreciated.
Well, it's not as simple as just turning off a signal and turning it on. My mind and Tolu's mind are shielded. A shielded mind means that they can't trace my mind. If they had a tracker on my person, well, my garments are gone. If
That's gone.
I don't know how they've been tracking me.
So
You're still
at
walking
the-
around in the loincloth. Like, bro, put some pants on.
at the end of the day, we're still not really sure how they fully tracked us. Not necessarily through you, Yadir, or through a signal, but
Perhaps the ship.
Probably the flight. Yeah, probably the flight plan we filed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, Hamish, I agree. I think it's a good idea to be worried.
Just watch.
So, if someone maybe
The only thing I could do is I could do what's called a static interference. What it does is basically it throws out a bunch of psionic noise. It makes it harder for other psions to use their abilities in the vicinity of myself. But that's usually only good in relative close proximity.
that won't affect our instruments, right?
Unless your instruments run on psionic. No.
All right. Well, if it might help to hide your presence, and to make it a bit easier, just to rip apart ships up in space, up in ships, because like Yadir, I hope to have you in a suit with me out there ripping off pieces. But I at the end of the day, if we get ambushed, it's going to be a bad time.
I understand.
Yes.
I warned you that my presence would cause issues. And I thank you for your time that you have taken to.
Yadir, you saved my life. You saved all of our lives, and you're a friend. At this point, I think you don't have to worry about us supporting each other. Plus, I think Foon will enjoy sitting on the turret waiting to shoot anything that comes by while we're doing our repairs.
I still think we could get a lot of money if we just turn them
Sure.
over. We just hand them over a couple million. What do you think, Adir? Think you're worth a couple million?
See,
You would. I do not know the rates of which my life is worth.
At least
but
1 million.
Judging as that I am probably one of the strongest psionins in the entirety of the Imperium.
I might settle for 750,000. You can talk me down to it.
look, Keegan, if you want to make a bet of this, start a tab right now, and from this point onwards, just start counting up how much money we make while Yadir's with us. And I bet you we're gonna make more than $1 million while he's in our presence.
All
than
right,
you
but
make
here's a
right
fun
now.
game too. Let's put bets on how big the bounty on Yadir actually is, and we'll ask him next time, and we'll see.
We actually find out.
I think it's probably 2 million. He mentioned some really rich people, and they throw money around like nothing. So 2 million for the boy.
I also remember Yadir mentioning that he's some sort of, not royalty, but nobility. So it might be even higher.
Yeah, well, let's Keegan's desire to. Let's get back to civilization
God
first.
damn. All right. LeBlanc, are you ready to take off? All right. Guilty is patched up for the most part, at least enough to get into the atmosphere. Got a bit of fuel. Got a lot of work to do. The Guilty takes off from the planet that the Salamani people dubbed Primord and fly back up into orbit to join into the ship graveyard, scavenger for parts. From there, let's take like a 15-minute break.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I would love to know how much I'm worth, because if Yadir's worth, like, I'm just saying, rough estimate, like 1 mil per psi point. He'd be worth 16 mil.
You know, you could always turn yourself in and donate the money to your backup character.
Wow. That is
Goddamn, just
weirdly like meta. Like,
You position yourself
if
perfectly
Traveler was
so
a
that
video
you're
game and that was a fucking thing.
save states.
see,
How
but
many, how many
people totally do that,
characters
dude.
do you have to
No.
roll to make enough that you can like buy a ship?
No, you guys don't understand. Here's the problem: is that every character we do that with is a character Faust gets to use against us. I don't want Faust to have Kadir. Like I don't want him to have Yadir. That's scary. Like he will waste us with Yadir. Don't go down that path.
I haven't beat you up yet with Psionics. I'm looking forward to that day. Well, I mean, not in a way that
Whenever me and the Scion Bandit.
I beat up Yadir psionically, but that's not the same. Like I want to beat you up with a Scion.
No.
That'll be a good time. I know just who to do it with too.
No, honestly, it would be a very fun fight for someone to walk out, think they're about to like win a normal fight, and then suddenly get just curb stomped by psionics, and it's like wow 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 as Yadir looks across the battlefield.
If you guys,
it's a Scion.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's a Scion fight.
It's a Scion fight. I actually had plans for Fontramis that if you took too long, after meeting him, he would attack you in the streets, which would have been an awesome fight, but
Oh yeah,
maybe not the fight we needed right then.
Still very cool.
All right, I'll be right back.
Are you sure the tree can't be our friend?
No, Anna, we are gone. You got to deal with it.
You have like 2 days of food, minimal rations, but you should be coming back to normal.
I know. He is coming back to normal. But there was logic in his thing. It just wasn't. It was very skewed logic, but.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do the math actually to see if Yadir went full out, like if he was at maximum psi points, and he would do all the way to like just to almost death, because like in Traveler you can like drain your physical stats to.
I think we're gonna walk the dog real fast if we're. I think we're done for a little bit, right?
quite a bit, I'm sure.
Okay. We are paused for a bit, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, we're gonna go walk the dog. I'll be back.
Okay.
Don't let me get in trouble. Bye.
Quick, what's 16 plus 28?
30, 44.
Dang, the game caps at +3 modifier. Damn it.
Mm.
For abilities anyway. Here, hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Just for shits and pickles. Traveler modifier chart.
I think it caps at 3.
Three is the max modifier for any given trait. Yeah, so basically everywhere is saying that it maxes at 3. Anything higher than that is up to the GM to fucking do. But if we use the standard model, that every 2 points after that would be an additional +1.
I'm back.
Math. So. Oh, God, what would that be? Fucking 18 to be 4. So 28 plus. So what's half of 28? 14. So a +17 to his roll.
Excuse me?
No, nothing. So we're doing some just straight BS brainstorming because the maximum modifier you can get in Traveler is 3, no matter what the score is. The score can go high, but the maximum trait score is 3. But we were talking about if Yadir did a Mob Psycho 100 bullshit where he trained all of his physical stats and had his max side point, how high could he get? And the answer is 44, which, if the game had an extended scale, would be a modifier of +17.
Gross.
Yeah, just what do I want? I'm gonna do it.
Pretty gross.
Instantly assault a mind to just break somebody's will, instant pass.
No, you cannot have a Jedi. No.
It's not even a Jedi. That would just be just like Warhammer Psyker, just gonna open a portal to demons.
Suddenly demons.
Suddenly
Be the
there are
biggest
demons
asshole in
introduced
Traveler, you accidentally open an alternate dimension into Warhammer.
Yeah, just oh shit.
It's your fault.
The Space Marine walks out, just Xenos.
God damn it. No, the people in Traveler would be smart enough to nuke Space Marines from orbit.
What's up?
I said the people in Traveler will be smart enough to nuke Space Marines from orbit.
Yeah, but it depends on how many Space Marines got through. If
If a whole
if
chapter
if
of
a
Space
Warhammer
Marines
ship
came out,
into
I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
I don't
they would
know.
definitely have the biggest ship ever.
Yeah, if an Imperial battle fleet came in, I think they would mollywop a traditional Traveler battle fleet.
Traveler don't know how good they got it.
Yeah, it's this Traveler is pretty low power scaling. It's even lower than Star Wars. It's on par with Star Trek, I believe, in power scaling.
Yeah.
And then there's Warhammer, which is just stupid. And then the highest power scaling I think in sci-fi is fucking Warframe.
Not familiar.
Yeah, it's yeah. Basically, like there's like it's set like a stupid far into the future, like even more so than 40K. And there's these things called warframes. And they're like these like super transhuman fucking like weapons of war and shit. And there's only a couple hundred of them left, but the enemies you fight are basically space marines, and they just fucking slice through them.
Nice.
So,
have you ever seen in near Zodani space that the Zodani are actually sending out an expedition to the core of the galaxy?
I did not know that.
If you look, go to the Zodani consulate on the map and then scroll up, there's actually like a dotted line. And you can zoom in on that and see where the Zodani have been exploring on their path towards the center of the galaxy. There's like a charted bit of space, and then they use it as a launching point to venture towards the center. Pretty fucking badass, in my opinion. I noticed that one day.
Zodani's like, well, this is kind of crowded.
I think it's because I think in the lore there's like a secret reason that they hear the Empress wave, because this is pre-Empress wave, which is a horrific psionic apocalyptic event for the galaxy. So they're heading
What's
like
the Empress
inward
wave? What?
I know, right? Actually,
it?
You were before that, but in official Traveler lore, eventually shit just goes to fucking hell, and from the center of the galaxy a psionic wave passes over the galaxy, and they call it the Empress wave, which is just this wave of psionic energy that just fucks shit up. I think it knocks out like jump for everything.
Zodani core expeditions.
Yeah, it sends out it shuts down like jump travel for a lot of systems, so everything just goes completely to hell.
Jesus, so it's basically like the fucking Rift at 40K.
Yeah, but you guys are like 120 years before that, so you're good.
Fucking play as Yadir's descendant after he like comes back and he's like falling down shit.
That would be a great campaign to be like your psionic descendant, and then you're part of the last ditch effort of the Zodani to travel into the center of the galaxy to stop the Empress wave. That would be an entire television show. I'd watch that shit.
We all play it like we're all playing as Zodani basically now, and so we're all trying to like. My character would be the descendant of Yadir, and then the other ones would be other house clan members.
If we wanted to be fair, since it's so close, we could say that like everybody's gathering to go on this expedition. Like the best of the best around the galaxy are gathering to head into the center of the galaxy to try to investigate and stop the Empress wave from destroying the fucking known space. That would be amazing. That would be hype.
Traveling to find out where it's coming from.
Completely uncharted, like. You could find the weirdest, craziest shit out there.
Oh yeah, like a fucking tree that sucks life. Like.
Aw. Well. That was just a little treat.
I was saying, like, I'm enjoying this. This is good. I like the treat.
Yeah, players can have a little toxic nightmare as a treat.
Players could have a little existential horror as a treat.
Yeah. Just something you can't do anything about.
Little alien mind, never hurt nobody.
But this once again reinforces the idea
Damn.
That when confronted with the unknown, our first instinct is to nuke it from orbit. Everybody's immediately talking about nuking it or burning it.
How far is the Zodani spread? Jesus Christ! How many parsecs is this?
Many.
It goes on forever.
It's several expeditions.
Hundreds and hundreds of parsecs.
Yeah, they've been doing this for... Actually, the people that have been sent out onto those are like... They live their whole lives traveling out there. And they do generational ships that are out there doing it.
Damn, just giant, massive fucking like...
And I choose to believe that this is the 100 years before the Empress Wave, and they're like picking it up, the beginnings of it, and going to investigate it. That's what I believe.
Yeah. I could totally see that, like, the Zodani Council of, like, trained scions. Zodani core root. Yeah, Jesus Christ. That's the.
Mhm.
Huh.
It goes on quite a while.
Yeah. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool to play as Ydir's descendant. I'm wondering if, like, I know, due to the RNG of the game, there's no way to tell if they'd be a powerful scion or not. But like, if that would like be a thing of his to be like, or hell, have somebody else play as like a descendant of Ydir, so that way it's like see how they handle like the whole thing. Give somebody else a chance to be a scion. Being a scion's pretty baller. It's cool.
Survive.
That's true. It'd be kind of cool if it did, though.
We'll see.
Fucking, you have you have Foon's clan, and so you play as like a member of Foon's old tribe.
I could say the same thing to Foon.
You have like, yeah, you could have it, and then I could probably see that Hamish might set up a fucking like have like a university named after him, so like you're the top student in that university. Fucking Moira sets up her thing, and they're like, there's somebody from there.
That's just another clone of Moira.
Oh shit!
Just
Oh shit! That'd be kind of
version.
fucked up, wouldn't it?
Yep.
It's another clone of Moira.
Again, the way the character works is you can technically find us all over the galaxy doing lots of different stuff.
And then let's see, LeBlanc. I don't know. LeBlanc's just still alive somehow.
Still making engine noises to this day.
Just.
They turned Foon into a robot that just serves tea, like pours tea out of his fingers and stuff. Spouts poetry in a monotone robot voice at you.
Let me regale you of the great tales of the World Tree.
Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well.
Alas, poor Ydir, I knew him well, bleeding from nose and eyes.
Repeatedly, over and over again. Last time he was naked.
What?
I do love. I bleed like 2 times in front of Food, and Food's just like the bleeding one, and then
oh, we got a bleeder.
Like twice.
Yes, and
Yeah, but Foon's just kind of like, no offense.
I know, just Yadir's just over there looking at Food like, he's 2 times.
No offense, but Foon is kind of a dick to
Ever
certain
since
crew
then,
members. Armand comes to mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Food. I love how whenever Armand comes up, Food's like, ah, yes, the stowaway. Are you sure you don't want to leave? You can leave now.
How about we
Leave.
shoot you out of the airlock?
Just like,
Boone was completely fine with leaving some of the humans behind to make the tree happier.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Probably would work.
See? Nobody listens to me. Armand!
I like how near side of yonder. All this wild space stuff.
Oh man.
What's NSYX?
Is everybody back?
Yes.
I am here.
Okay. The Guild T flies back up into the orbit. It doesn't take you very long before you come up to the edges of the ship graveyard. Scores of Salamani ships lay before you, and they are flying in a pattern around the planet. They sometimes shift and collide with each other. You'll find many just random fragments of chunks of metal floating out in open space. However, many ships are still intact. Cruiser scout ships, and notably a few heavy-duty ancient models of Salamani small battleships. Seems to have been a sizable fleet, and if you take the time to analyze it, these are maybe 2 or 3 separate fleets spread out that have all fallen prey to the same trappings. entire scores of human lives must have been lost here among all these different ships. With that said, Keegan, he's standing in the cockpit looking out over it like, God, it's going to take us a lot of work. And we're going to be using old ass jump drive parts and everything. It's going to be a nightmare. How are we looking on food?
I wonder what all these.
A few days, Keegan.
I wonder
at most.
why. I wonder why all these ships are here. I'm not familiar with this culture.
There must have been some battle. They're all stuck in the same gravitational pull, being pulled around in an orbit, maybe even
Oh.
partially decaying.
Can
I
I
mean, they're all old.
can I do a recon
Solomano.
check to see if it looks like? I was like, can I do a recon check to see if they look like they were like blasted or if they just like died?
Well, they are very old wreckages, and like I said, they're colliding with each other periodically. So damage is apparent and everywhere. These ships are mostly derelict wrecks. So gauging blaster wounds and things like that, just from eyeballing it, which is not very helpful, doesn't seem like it. Seemed like they
Gotcha.
just died.
So, what were you saying, Hamish? What about this culture?
Just wondering if their early jump technology was crap, and that's why so many of their ships are here. Because these ships,
Strange not see lifeboats.
I mean, they've been here for hundreds, if not 1,000 years.
Yeah, I got old Solomonic blood in me. We're adventurers.
What is a
Explorers.
Salamani?
It's the southern
That's the
sphere.
origin of humanity. It's where we're from.
Man, it's not. Look, some people like to
It's all
claim
for life.
that. Yeah, no, Soul for Life. You can do what you like. Humanati claims to be from the Sol system, but that theory hasn't necessarily been proven.
Bullshit. Everybody knows we're from Terra. Everybody. That's what we teach our kids. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
in
in-
civilized places like Vincent,
That's
you know,
not-
our high-class,
Yeah.
high-technology planet.
In the Imperium and other places, it's still not necessarily where every person's from.
All
Look,
right, yeah, I got another conspiracy there. Okay.
So wait, did the tree that's below, like, wipe out most of your guys' original land or something?
No. Look, humans, at least from the Imperium, there's a big sphere called the Solomani Sphere. It's in the southern part of the Third Imperium, and it doesn't control the old Solomani Rim, but it's very, very close to the Solomani Rim, and that's where Terra is, which is what most people claim the origin of the Humanati.
Humans.
Zidani have a different origin for our species.
There are too many
Not wrong.
humans.
Well, yeah, that's the point that I'm making, Keegan. Is that the Zidani's an older culture than the Third Imperium or any other culture, and they're all Humanati as well. So you can go ahead and make your claims about us being from fucking Terra, but you know.
I don't think that tracks, but I'm not smart enough to rebuke you.
I don't know
Start
enough about
sweeping-
stars to say
Yeah, I
it's wrong.
don't think that's right, but at the same time, it might be right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Terra for life.
It doesn't
So
matter.
you're
And,
saying
like,
that these ships are
Start
from ancient
scanning the
humanity?
Ancient, yeah.
humanity.
can
start
can
scanning
Moira
the
use the onboard computer systems to scan the graveyard, looking for ships that have like decent looking OK J drives, like
Sure.
not completely busted up?
Make a sensors check.
Okay.
Running scans on the ships. Maybe, I mean, we're in the future. You can probably get goddamn room layouts. Check where bulk of items are.
Yeah, 'cause we need some undamaged ships. see
Stop
if
it.
we can supply
Stop.
on
Yeah.
board.
Sorry, buddy.
Dude. Moira sits down in the cockpit. Just gets to work. You look to your right, Moira, and there's a screen that's just blown out. It's just broken glass next to you. Wires hanging overhead that every time you hit a certain key, it sparks a little bit. It's
That's
alright.
amazing.
Yeah, so it makes it a little. Makes you jump the first few times, but you get used to it. You start typing away, running the scans. LeBlanc can drift around the outside of the graveyard as you start making your marks. And it becomes apparent to you that because of the collision of the ships and the so much debris and compact, this is going to be tight. LeBlanc's going to be making difficult maneuvers at the same time that you were trying to board and cut off pieces and ship it back to the guilty. And this might end up being a couple of days worth of work. That said, there are numerous ships that are intact, for the most part. I mean, a wing has been broken off or a thruster has fallen out here and there. But aside from that, there's plenty to pick from. Maybe there's even fuel.
Moira calms across the people when she's out and about doing stuff, being like, "Look, everyone, one of these ships fell onto the planet. We have no idea if it was part of this convoy, got sucked into the orbit and got pulled down. And that thing had a bunch of supplies, rations on it, so it might be a good idea to at least board a couple of these more intact ships, see if they have any supplies left from,
I'm more than willing to board ships to check for supplies, but I also say that we take at least 2 vac suits since we're missing 2.
Oh no, like we strip all supplies, including vac suits, anything they can give us. But we just might get lucky enough that we'll find some random rations aboard a random ship, and that might supply us for a time. But if anyone else can focus on that, it would be appreciated, as I'm going to be ripping apart the J drive from pretty much every ship we go into, just trying to find a usable part.
Okay, Funa's gonna go look for any type of food, vacuum suits, other types of scavenge that might be useful, and if there are ways that we could, I don't know, stick the humans outside and hook them up on a string behind us so that there is more space inside the thing.
We can't space the scientists.
If they're all in vac suits, maybe I can string them.
I am trying to picture that, and that is so dark.
They're all in vac suits. I'm not saying that it would be slightly cruel to them, but more space.
Yeah.
Moira,
what do I need to roll?
Make a computer check, Moira, real quick.
Oh, hang on 1 second. I think I actually dropped out the grok. Hang on.
And Foon, to suit up, get ready to go over to board the ship and investigate for food. We're probably going to roll a vac suit, and then LeBlanc's going to make a pilot check to get us in there.
Okay. Vac suit. I need to up this even more.
Oh wow. Vac suits education.
Good.
God.
Sure is.
Okay, and then
So who all's going over? Who's staying?
Moira is for sure going over. Sorry, so Faust, what do you want me to roll again?
A computer check?
I will go over as well.
Okay. So you dear.
someone should be in the gunner for filling in for me.
You find a video log as you're going through the sensors, checking through the computers. Check your DMs, your GM chat.
Okay.
Aside from that, everybody who's heading out into the other ships can make a vac suit check to suit up. And then when everybody's ready, we'll have LeBlanc get us in there with a pilot check.
Okay. So who all's going over? Keegan's
Other than
staying.
that Yadir at this point has cleaned himself up, so he's no longer like feral looking.
Have we healed
Although
at
he will need to
all?
borrow some of his clothes.
Have we healed at all?
You have food and you have time, but you really haven't rested too much. And if you run out of food, you're going to end up starving, and that's just going to put you back to square one.
Okay, so
I
I'm
would
still
say
at 0
probably not.
endurance. Okay.
I would say no. I'll say you need to sit and rest for a little bit, but you guys are hard at work, and this is going to be a lot.
Mm.
Oh, wonderful. I hope there's nothing that I need to do with endurance.
As long as your food doesn't run out.
Mm.
So is that Foon and Yadir is going over too?
Mm-hmm.
Yadir,
Yeah,
make a vac suit check.
And Moira.
And Moira. So vac suit checks,
You
everybody.
Yep, yep,
So
yep.
LeBlanc and I stay behind.
Oh, jeez.
Alright. LeBlanc, go ahead and make a pilot check.
And I'll run sensors to watch for crap coming in.
LeBlanc begins piloting you into the ship graveyard. Let me change the map real quick.
Okay.
You come up to the side of one of the larger ships.
Oh.
A small battleship that Moira's marked as being fairly intact and likely having equipment in it. I assume that the idea is to pull up beside it, jump over, grab the equipment, and get into your cargo deck. So as the people who are jumping begin heading over or begin preparing for the cargo bay door to come down, Yadir and Moira, you notice immediately that your vac suits are having issues as soon as the cargo bay starts depressurizing.
Can Foon help them with their vac suits to fix it?
Yes, everybody wants to retry, and Foon, you can try to help one of them.
Okay. Foon is going to try to help Moira because she's the female.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Acting
Oh, yeah, that
quickly
worked.
before your vac suits start failing on you, Foon, you walk over and start helping Moira. A couple latches were loose and missing. Everybody gets their vac suits under control, and you see the old Solomani symbol along the side of the battleship as the cargo bay doors open.
You will be taking over his emergency spacer kit and also his laser gauntlet.
This is a lot gentler than the Tonto jump, where you're not moving so fast. So it's a fairly simple thing to step off the door of the cargo bay and head on over.
Okay.
You float over, and there's plenty of holes to crawl your way into. Notable one takes you to a lower deck sleeping quarters room where you can crawl into and then pull the door open. Moira, you did a scan on this ship. You identified it, and since it's an old ship, you can basically just use your library to Google, like looking up an old battleship today. Get a decent idea of the layout. Foon, if you're looking for food and things of that nature, do an investigation check.
I really need to build up the investigation.
Moira,
Okay.
you can go ahead and what are you looking into? You're gonna head into the engine room.
Yeah, specifically, Moira's just kind of floating around, trying to find the engine room, looking into how intact any part of the engine is, hoping to find even one piece that she can cobble onto the engine of the Guilty.
Okay. Yeah, dear, you're here too. What are you here to do?
I am. I'm then going to. Oh, I just reloaded the page. God damn it. Was trying to find which one's the book with the. Is it the V2 or the V1? I think it's the V1.
What do you need me to roll,
Yep,
by the
there's
way,
Johnny.
Faust?
Okay, so
Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. 277.
You're probably going to be looking
Um,
for
Back of the page to load.
maneuver or jump drive.
Okay, I'm at a +2.
I'm
That's
going
just what I want to know.
to. Let's see. I can either help move equipment using telekinesis.
Stop it.
Since everything's here is weightless, I can just move shit. Or I can attempt to, let's see, interrogate or take control of parts of the ship if need be.
Where are you hiding the money, Ship?
Hmm.
All right. Foon, you
Wait, does that mean Foon can charm the ship?
Yeah, really.
ship deity, please feed us.
Interrogate its
Mhm.
computers for information. Basically,
Well,
it's like I can do
considering
that.
the
I can interrogate
electronics are all
people's minds.
dead,
I can
it's not
interrogate a computer.
a great idea at the moment. I think you can only do
I
that with
figured.
ships that have power.
Yep, have
Computers
that
are
power.
just electricity after all. So, Foon, everybody... well, I suppose not. You can't hear anything in space. Foon just makes an absolute destructive mess of the inside of, like, the canteen of the battleship, going around the rooms, searching for food, prying open panels. Foon, no food. Sad kitty.
He is sad. Very, very sad.
Mora has better luck. Mora, coming into here, there is a very ancient jump drive here. It's probably jump 2. Probably was cutting edge back in that time. And it is more or less intact. This ship doesn't seem to have sustained damage on the inside. One thing that you notice, Yadir, if you're walking around, there are,
I'm with Moira, I assume.
oh, okay. Well, as you're floating
Well,
around,
nah, screw it. I'll be walking around. I'll wait till people are need me. So yeah, easier to walk around
you can do both.
or float, I guess.
You look into one of the air raft bays, and it seems that at least, or most of the air rafts are missing. There's one that's sitting down there, decrepit, ancient, locked in.
Ooh.
But all of the others seem to have been, taken off from the battleship. Doesn't seem to. It's not clear
You're just
where,
gonna
and the doors are
radio
open.
up to LeBlanc. Yadir's just gonna radio up to LeBlanc. There's a air skiff, I believe that's what it's called.
An air raft? Ha 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 ha.
I believe so. It looks to be in decent condition.
Don't get your
I don't know
hopes
how to
up.
pilot such
This
a
thing's
craft, though.
ancient and is gonna be a money sink more than any car you can imagine.
If we can get it running now, though, might help shuttling supplies around.
That's certainly true.
Hmm.
Well,
Mechanic?
we'll see.
I
We
will
can
attempt to
keep it
see
in
if-
mind if we need it.
Do you want something with
Since
mechanic?
you
I can roll to
know how
try
to-
to do.
Foon, if you'd like to come over here and inspect this vehicle.
Okay. Funa's gonna go over there and inspect the vehicle. There is no food. We are foodless. Good thing we have other options.
Foon, it might take you.
It would be worrisome if there were food that was still on these ships. These ships are probably thousands of years old. If the
We've been
history of
eating
the human race is.
We've been eating their rations. Do you understand now why we are slightly insane?
I understand why you are slightly insane.
That's better than me.
Myself and the others have been able to keep our sanity. If you would like to talk about that later, though, I can certainly do that. I say as Yadir does have points of psychology, so if you want to talk about it, we can.
Oh dear. Psychoanalyze
Therapist,
food.
baby.
Good luck with that.
Foon, you think it's gonna take you a little while of work on this air raft. Might take you, another 24 hours or so, going about pulling parts from the ship and working on this. Finding the bits of fuel, which, speaking of fuel, if you go to look, there is very small amounts of water stored. You could probably transfer that over for about 2 tons of water.
Okay.
Moira picking pieces off of the jump drive. Again, you just get to work because your rolls are disgusting today.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
It's really messed up. Moira really wants to get out of here, like really bad.
Well, she either fails them or gets perfect.
No, I just mean like last session was painful, so it just feels like every single roll has to be rocks, which is kind of gross.
That's true. So there's quickly a pile of assorted jump drive parts that you're ripping out of this old battleship that you can cart over and hopefully maybe piece together something that will, get you a jump, get you moving. Keegan's
she is
over there the entire time working in the engine room trying to prepare it for incoming parts.
And like she is basically just like coordinating with Keegan as best as she can, getting his advice, trying to make sure that she's not overworking anybody, and just trying to set everything up so that they can install stuff, get them off the ground, and get them jumping to some sort of system where they can actually recover.
Keegan Blue is like the luckiest man on the whole planet, in the whole universe. So he coordinates with you, and as the hours pass, you start shipping back jump drive parts. He receives them in the cargo bay, and he forces Armin, kicks him out of bed, puts him in a vac suit, and has him hauling 0G parts into the cargo bay as it gets kicked over. And time passes, just like that. If there's anything else anybody wants to do, but this is probably going to be a one-day affair, stripping this battleship.
Can we look for anything that would be worth money? That's small.
Like what?
Jewelry, valuables,
historical artifacts.
Historical artifacts.
Ancient jewelry. Interesting. Okay.
Ancient jewelry, basically small pieces of information that we might be able to sell.
Roll luck for
Roll
Gold
luck?
fillings. Oh,
Oh, food has the worst luck.
No, well, not the worst. I have to
Name
roll
literally
luck.
is luckless.
It does mean luckless.
mm.
I think that's a no.
No, Foon. You dig through a lot of the compartments. I'm losing the word. Like the barrack areas of the battleship.
Okay.
You do find old, pieces of like an old watch, but it's ancient, broken, rusted, worthless, space junk. As for the most part, no food, no valuables. This was the complete waste of your time, Foon.
There's nothing at all that he thinks that even thinks that it would be valuable. This is truly sad. Okay. He's going to go back.
Yeah, no food. Very clean, strict, empty military ship.
That apparently they didn't eat. This is true weirdness.
Or
The next day can come around.
It's been stripped.
The next day can come around and your jump drive's looking better. Well, not looking better. It looks terrible. You're piecing together old equipment, and you're creating a Frankenstein's machine in the engine room. But Keegan swears by the book, which is on the tablet, that this will work if we try really hard, and we use enough duct tape to close up all the pods, all of the gas leaks and everything. You're not quite done yet, though. as we prepare another venture over, LeBlanc, do you want to try another pilot check to a different ship?
Sure.
You want me to sit on sensors, watch for debris?
Stop.
Okay.
Yeah, you've marked ships that are, fairly safe, and so LeBlanc takes your time, get pilots you into the graveyard. Let's do one more round of the kind of the same roles, so back suit for the people that are going over.
Okay.
And
Let
then
me
Foon,
check
if
my
you're looking for
pluses.
food and stuff, you can roll investigation.
Investigation is terrible, but okay. I will roll it. I might need to take this. Maybe. We will see. Oh. Food does not do well in his vac suit.
Yep. You got little experience. Well, no, I shouldn't say that.
I'm just hungry.
Suiting up. You know what? I probably shouldn't be making you roll for this. If we can take our time. And you guys all have, like, pluses. Maybe that's a roll we don't need to make anymore.
Eh.
So,
Are we rolling
Foon, you
for
have
this?
issues with your suit, but you quickly patch it up.
Okay. My suit is stuck. Alright. Are we gonna go investigate the other ship for items of interest? Such as food.
If you want to roll investigate, Foon, look for food on this,
Food? You're not
Wow.
tall.
Wow. That's bad.
He thinks that the wall is food and we should bring it back with us.
I found this sofa. We should
Moira-
barbecue it.
Moira would like to attempt to make an investigation check. That's terrible.
Alright, go ahead. Foon is absolutely tearing up the cruiser that you jump over to.
Doing little
Moira
better.
says, I found this end table next to the sofa. We can use it to barbecue the sofa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, I found these shoes. They're made of leather. Eat this.
That might be closer to food.
Turkey.
Oh, it might have some nutritional value. Oh wait, no, that was pleather. Never mind, it's poison.
Yeah, desperate times out here. You search the ship again. Again, notably, the small air raft bay is empty with the doors open. Power's off. Ship is decrepit and blown out in some parts. No food.
Can we check? Moira, would you mind checking the computers and see if there's any logs? Or is there any diaries?
No power.
I might be able to if we can divert power to the actual ship systems. They're likely dead, but
I'll scan the wreck. Are there any lifeboats still on board?
Not on this one, no.
Shame. Start picking wrecks near us while I'm watching for debris, looking for lifeboats.
Okay. And I think it'd be fair to just say that you, like, strap the one that you found in the other ship, the air raft, just, like, tie it to the back and have it float along beside you. It's easy enough. Doing zero grav work. Okay, no food. More, are you checking the engines here?
yep, pretty much.
Alright. Your maneuver drive needs work, but at least gets you around. You don't have to worry about that if you don't want to. Jump drive is probably the priority if you want to get the hell out of the system.
Yeah. Chill. Do you want to make another J drive check or?
Yeah.
Okay. Ugh, bad this time.
You pull what pieces you can, but it seems that the engine room here took a nasty hit. A lot of it is caved in on itself, dented, busted. a roll. Checking inside of the fuel tanks, Yadir, you only find 3 units of gas, 3, tons of water that you could process into unprocessed fuel.
And this unit of gas is for the air wrap or just for ship in general?
This is gas that you could pump into the guilty.
Hello?
You got about 5 more,
Okay.
so I think you need 10 more D-tons of gas.
Actually, just like 11,
Make a note of that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yadir will start the siphoning process to try to get the fuel and the water towards the ship.
Okay.
Slowly but surely, boys, we might make it out this thing. Need to
Or
fucking
not.
firebomb this planet when we're done.
LeBlanc, there's a moment as you're sitting in the cockpit. You look over and you can see that one chunk of a massive thruster seems to have broken off from a larger battleship starts approaching your right side very quickly as Yadir is approaching with fuel tanks.
Okay, headed towards me, the ship, or Yadir?
Towards you. So you
Towards you.
need to make a
Okay,
pilot check.
Yadir, you should hold on a second while I dodge this flying piece of garbage. Or not.
You say that and you start lifting off, but you notice that Yadir is a little too close. You don't want to burn him with the thrusters in Yadir. You get a face full of a bright light as the thruster lights up on the back of the guilty. A little close for comfort. And LeBlanc, you pull up to the right, trying to avoid Yadir, and the piece of the thruster collides with the top right of the ship, leaving another large dent.
Can I attempt to intervene?
On this scale? Can you?
Yeah, can I attempt to use telekinesis to just like kind of shift the thing a little bit so it misses?
That would be monumentous, wouldn't it? Well, I suppose not if we're in 0G, maybe.
It's still mass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds ridiculous. I'm not sure about that.
Oh.
Maybe.
Do you want to let the dice decide?
Sure. It'd be a high roll.
All right, fair enough.
Very
A normal,
incredibly
normal
difficult
success
task
is
you're
8,
trying to do.
So just keep. All right, so like 12.
High roll, like what?
I don't know. Just roll it.
All right.
No,
Ooh.
it's not enough.
Damn it.
Unfortunately.
That's why. Yeah, 4 double ones.
See, I'm
Jesus
rolling
Christ.
rocks too.
That's so many double ones in this game.
That's a
Hamish.
rock? That's 6.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a big rock. Hamish, you're sitting in the med bay as Cindy is standing there by the bed, looking over the samples that you have in the tablet. She's been working at processing a better cure for the infection, the toxin. And then suddenly the ship lurches out of nowhere, gets launched, and then all of you feel this horrific crash as the thruster collides with the top of the ship, and we're gonna lose another 6 points of hull damage. I think that's
Oh my gosh.
how much hull do we have? It's 40. Is that right?
Oh, let me check.
Let me see.
Okay.
Anyway, we're
Are
down.
we
We're
sure
down
we
16.
can't? Are we sure we can't
Yes,
use one
40.
of the other?
Alright.
There's all these other ships.
You can gather up spare parts to fix the damage. It'll take you a bit longer.
Foon's gonna suggest doing that.
Everybody should put on a vac suit. And how many points was that, did you say?
We're down to 26 hull points.
Okay, so that was 10 points of damage?
We're
Or...
taking 10 and then 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough vac suits for everybody.
Yeah, because we used 2 of them. Can I
Well,
search
yeah.
other ships for vac suits too when we were doing this?
Sure.
I'm
well,
assuming it's
investigation.
investigate. Oh, we're doomed.
And then, yeah, you don't find anything. These ships are terrible.
Maybe if there was someone else that
Well,
had
think about it.
investigation.
Why are there no, vac suits on this ship anymore?
That's
Everyone
weird.
down to the planet
I have
to
I have
die.
investigation.
Yeah, can you probably search
I
for
can investigate.
things?
And Finn, you could also probably roll mechanic if
Yeah,
you want
what
to
do you
spend
want me
part
to
of the
search for?
day trying to repair the ship.
Okay, I will try to spend the rest of the time repairing the ship. Mechanic.
What am I
Plus-
investigating for, Foon?
We need more vac suits because we're missing 2. And then we also need
Yeah, I can do that.
Food.
food.
Food over vac
Oh.
suits, frankly.
Food.
Alright.
Picture Foon out on the top of the guillotine on a dent with a big roll of duct tape, putting duct tape all over the top of the ship to fix the dent.
I got a
He's
9.
like so hungry and tired and apparently does not handle fatigue well that he forgot to bring his mechanics thing out there. So he is literally trying to fix it with nothing.
Yadir, you find in one of the crew rooms, there's 2 pairs of vac suits in what seems to be like an old closet of sorts. You can pull those out. Ancient Salamani symbols on them. Seem decrepit and old, but could work. They don't seem to have any noticeable damage.
You do already, and it's like, well, I found no food, but I found 2 more vac suits. They seem to be in decent condition.
Yay! Someone might want to help me fix the ship. Finn's gonna try to take a picture of it and send it to Moira. But you know how well he works with taking pictures, so I'm gonna actually roll to try to take a picture. What would that be? Electronics.
Sure.
Okay. Electronics -3.
Moira, you and Keegan are now running into the result of your hubris from yesterday, creating the horrific monster in the engine room, and everything is starting to break down on you as you try to attach more parts to it.
Of course.
Today proves to be a very frustrating day for you.
Is there anything that I can roll while in the engine room to try to keep things at a relative stasis, or?
Like, keep the jump drive working?
Yeah, I would like us to jump as soon as possible. Like, I think I'd get the jump drive either going or
You're getting there. You probably need, at least one more
We're
good day of putting this thing
running out
together.
of food. I don't know how long we can hang out here.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up because as everybody comes into rest after the second day, LeBlanc, or not LeBlanc, Armand, kind of gets everybody together. Says, so at the rate we're going right now, we're gonna jump and probably starve on day 1 or 2, or run out of food at that point.
Is there any way we can scan for food?
Not really. We can see cargo, I think, but not food specifically. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I think we would survive that, but I'm just letting everybody know that's what we're looking at right
Not
now.
gonna be in good shape. Yeah. Okay.
We can always sedate more of us.
Yep, that's what we'll have to do. It cuts into the supplies for the scientist, but I have fast drugs. I can put quite a few of us under. We finished jump with the skeleton crew.
So, are we jumping to Aaron, to parsecs away, or to New Covenant?
The Covenant is higher tech.
Higher tech.
And a problem.
both Aaron and New Covenant got gas giants we can skim off of for fuel. So
We'll have to stop for food though. So we're probably gonna
Yeah.
stop at the planet. New Covenant has a high port. We
Yeah.
might be able to avoid complications there, but I think we've all heard the rumors about New Covenant.
Yeah. hate
I haven't.
going there. If we go to Aaron. I mean, one, we still need fuel. Is there a gas giant in this system? Have I seen anything on sensors
Aye.
for the last
I
2 days
it-
while people have been running around?
there should be, but
What are you looking for
Gas giant
in this system? Unfortunately,
in
not.
this system. Ice giant?
You probably have to range around a little bit with sensors and things like that to pick up something like that.
Hmm.
You're fairly close to the planet, and this system is very
Sure.
wide.
There a moon for this planet?
Yeah. Yes. Fairly large, much larger than Earth's moon. But
Hmm.
much like our moon, it's mostly a barren rock.
Right. Hmm. Blind luck and hope. 'Cause, yeah, we've only got 11 tons of fuel. That ain't getting us anywhere.
I mean, we're making steady progress with that. If we get lucky and find some food, it might last us a little longer. But I'd say we have maybe 2 or 3 days of working on the stops,
Hmm.
and then we have to try to go.
Yep. Okay. I guess the next day, since we got extra soups, I guess I'll go over with.
Okay. Another day comes after everybody rests. Food's getting sparse. Armin does what he can. Cindy's helping, trying to prepare food and ration it out as best they can because you're burning a lot of calories. I mean, you're in 0G, but this is still a lot of work. An incredible amount of work. It takes a lot of focus. So, you're eating up a lot of this stuff. Let's do another day. What are you guys looking for? Is actually LeBlanc, go ahead and make a pilot check. Get us to the next ship over. Also,
No sense rolling if I kill everybody.
Foon, go ahead and make a mechanics check again.
Mechanics check again.
Yeah, if you would like to continue working on the air raft.
Yes, he's gonna continue. Well,
Moira has a
the
lot
air.
of useless parts you got from the yesterday.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, you mean the hull or the air raft?
Would you like to work on the hull or the air raft?
I think I'm gonna try to. Is the air raft attached and just set up
Yeah, it's
so
just
that
gonna
it would
float
be able
behind
to?
you.
Would it be able to come with us on the jump, or does it need to be fixed?
I imagine you could fit into the cargo bay. It's empty right now.
Okay.
Takes up a lot of space though.
I'm gonna first try to see if I can improve the hull at all.
All right, so go ahead and make a mechanics check.
Okay.
Air raft is how many tons? I don't know. It doesn't tell me.
This poor
Okay.
scout ship. We're trying to stuff like 10 pounds of shit in this 5-pound bag. Like that is
Yeah.
so much shit. This scout ship's being stuffed.
I mean, it occurs to the spacers among you that you're jury rigging this as best you can. The actual repairs to get this back into tip-top shape is, as you would call it, a little over your budget.
yeah, no, yeah.
I know.
So you just kind of have to face that reality. But next day comes. Foon, you rolled a 9. Go ahead. Not rolling rocks anymore. Foon, you spend the day repairing the hull. You manage to restore 2 points to it, putting us back to 28. And slow going work.
Okay.
And your ship again starting to look more and more of an abomination as you strap Soleimani steel to the hull of your ship. Not so sleek anymore.
We still love you, Guilty.
Good.
Moira,
It's okay. It's okay, ship of guilty. You will still be the guilty no matter how many parts we restrap to you.
Yeah. And I'll go over and look for.
What's this gonna be? Is this turn into a fucking Odysseus ship or the ship of Theseus?
Yeah, ship of Theseus. Exactly.
come in, you leave with a Soleimani scout ship. Like, what the hell?
I thought that might be better to just try to see if we can get some energy into one of the other ships.
That is more work than you have time for.
Yeah. If only
Repairing
we
one
had
of these
food.
derelicts.
Only we had food.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how much these derelicts would go for.
Hamish, what are you looking for?
Food on the ship.
You can roll investigation more where you can make an engineering drive if you would like, or whatever you want to do.
Absolutely.
If I had Moira scan the ship, could I get a boon using the blueprint of the ship?
That's a good idea. Moira, yeah, she already scanned it, so yes, you can get like a +2.
Okay. Really?
Oh no.
Hamish, it's like that scene where you open up a cabinet and there's a box of like rations there, and you pull it down and you're so thankful, and you open it up and it's just like a cobweb, a space cobweb. Yeah, that kind of feeling. Moira, you start pulling, similar to the last days, parts from the jump drive out and shipping it over to Keegan. This is looking better, and let me see what Keegan has to say about that. Not very well. He pulls it over, and the engine room now is basically just an abomination against God. It's none of it should work, but it does. So you think maybe by tomorrow, Moira, you'll be ready to try it if you're brave enough. So, Yadir, is there anything you're doing? I don't think we checked you. Oh, speaking of that. Second. Yadir, if you're peering around the ship, you check the fuel tanks and you find 8 D-tons of water stuck in one of the tanks in the back of the engine room.
Hell yeah. Well, at least we're not gonna. What's funny is that it takes a normal person like 3 months to die of starvation. So I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, I don't think the threat is that
Just
you're
gonna
gonna
be extremely
die.
painful.
You have enough tools against that. It's just how much are you gonna suffer in those couple of days is kind of what we're talking about here.
Yeah. It's not good.
But you think
Hey,
You're
you
right,
just
we
gotta-
do have water. I
Um,
keep forgetting that we have water.
Yeah, we have water. We're
Yeah, you.
swimming, so that leaves us. We need like 2 tons of water.
yeah, one more ship should do us. Or I don't know, I think this will work. I mean, look, we ran out of duct tape like a day and a half ago, so our lives are with God right now. But I think if we turn this on and run it, theoretically it should work. We did the math.
All right. Well then, fine. If you're confident, I'm confident. What if you're momentarily confident that we can turn it on and it'll get one? Don't make those sounds. You're making me uncomfortable.
Look, I take responsibility. I'm the engineer, and we missed jump. I think this will work. I didn't sleep last night. Look, here's a tablet, and he shows you about 15 pages of math. It's sloppy. It's not good, but he's worked it out. Look, all these parts are horrible, and this isn't probably going to work more than like twice, but it should work. I I believe.
Twice is one more than we really need to get out of here. I'll focus on getting us food and other shit on the next ship we hit then, instead of getting more parts.
Okay. If we fast forward, jump drive is looking good. Or if you want to look into the maneuver drive, or if you want to do something else on this last day, we're basically checking the last ship for fuel. So LeBlanc, if you want to make one last pilot check for us.
I'll check for food too.
Finn wants to see if he can fix the hull at L anymore. I know it's still down a lot of points.
This ship comes around a wreck and points, relatively straight down along the side of the other small battleship. If it keeps up the trend, you should have enough fuel after this one to get your way out. If you're investigating or whatever you're doing, you can go ahead and make rolls.
I saw that +2.
Yeah. Finn, you can add a +2 as well. And Yadir and Moira and whoever else.
Yeah, Moira's gonna switch to doing an investigation check.
Wow. What?
Give us food.
Come on now.
Lots of it.
I found 3 Tic Tacs.
I found some lembas bread.
Yeah, you
And a
guys
Twinkie. It's
on
still
this-
not past sell by date.
on this last day, you float across with the battleship and crawl your way in. You beeline it straight to where you suspect the dining hall is. You burst away into the storerooms and start digging around. And by pure mercy, on this last day, you find about 2 boxes of military rations and assorted canned goods. Old, ancient. The canned goods probably aren't. Most of them probably aren't good enough anymore. The MREs are questionable. And at the bottom of the box, you find a few more of those nutrient bars, similar to the ones that crash landed down on the cruiser.
Yum.
All in all, not pleasant. Calories. So now you're only going to starve on day 5 or 6 to jump.
Yay.
Yeah. Good for you. You ship that over, and Cindy and everybody is like celebrating almost as the food comes over. Really making do. Keegan's sitting up there in the engine room, just kind of waiting, making like last minute adjustments, preparing to try this out. Ship's taking a beating, but I think you've done all you can, unless you want to spend more time here.
Nah, let's get the fuck out of here.
Where do we go? Aaron or New Covenant?
I say Aaron. I don't like going to New Covenant. I don't like the religious rumors. I think that's a bad idea.
Okay, so what if
It'll be
we
a lot of
do
fun.
this? Oh, I'm sure. We'll be all happy.
I know this crew loves a lot of fun.
So if we jump to
If we could
Aaron
get
and then jump to
someplace-
Janet.
Now, where are we on the map?
2 parsecs east of Aaron.
1, 2. So why
How
don't
close are we
go,
to Caladan?
We
9
gotta go to
weeks.
Janet. Oh yeah. We're quite a ways away.
Which route would we? Which planet would lead us closest to Caladan? If that's not our goal.
We gotta go to Janet first, and then from there, it's like all sorts of routes we could take.
Yeah. We're headed toward Janet, and Janet is a higher tech level.
Yeah, it's a B.
Is Janet a world that we want to go to?
Yes. Last session, Pearl, Moira revealed her heritage and
Okay.
asked people to go towards Janet to look into the Yui.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, so
we
you do.
also think the Grand Slave Run is some of the people are accumulating in Janet.
And that specifically involves a whole bunch of different psychic people that we think are being involved, so we thought you'd probably be interested as well.
I am interested. All right.
Let's hope they have a ship we can steal.
So yes. So
So if we
we're
jump
gonna
to
go to the-
Aaron, scoop the gas giant, and then jump straight out. Well, no, we gotta get food, so we gotta hit the port. Okay.
And then we have to make sure that the scientists and the low berths are still taken care of.
Yeah.
All right. Tighten your belts, everybody. It's gonna be a week.
Wow. Assuming we survive entering jump.
Yeah. Good God, please don't misjump. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Well,
I would
let's make
suggest
astrology
LeBlanc,
check.
You take your time.
Yeah, taking time is +2, right?
Yeah, +2.
Okay. Keegan is just a +2 with that, so I mean we're looking for a 4, a 6, 4, I think.
A 4 on astrogation check. Yeah,
What about engineering? So,
that's a standard 8.
is it really?
Mm,
Oof.
I do believe.
I might need to spend luck. Keegan has a lot of it though, so I think we're fair.
I would do better if astrogation were int and or dex instead of education. But then again, we could have Foon charm it.
Yeah, no. Sorry, buddy.
Astrogation is the one thing that has to be education.
Yeah,
Like, really,
it
really does.
Yeah. It is 100% education.
I know. I'm being.
He was being silly
Mm.
because me charming the astrogation thing would make so much sense.
Okay, making a jump is a 4 plus. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
Todd.
don't scare me like that. Oh my god.
LeBlanc, you got this.
Oh, it is
So we need
easy.
4 and 4.
Okay.
So for astrogation, 2d6, and you're giving me a +2 for taking time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No ones is what it says.
Oh my god, it's like it's like it wants you. It's like it wants you to screw up.
That was so close.
You're killing me, LeBlanc.
I'm thinking about cheeseburgers.
Moira, give me a hand. If we fuck up again, it's not gonna be entirely my fault.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I will come assist. Just sort of straight engineering, or is this J drive?
Jump drive. And if you don't have a skill in it or anything, you don't have to actually do it, but that's your choice.
Yeah, that's
There
an
you
8.
go. Keegan's sitting there, it's like, by the fires of hell that I'm bound to, work, you piece of shit. And he hits it with a wrench. The ship roars to life in unpleasant ways. You hear popping and crunching from the engine room as it starts up. Your abomination of pipes, machinery, and assorted jump parts whir to life, creating a room of technological wonder or horror, whatever you want to call it. LeBlanc, you chart a course, and sensors are reading that the jump drive is kicking on and ready to go. You set a course to Aaron, ready to jump.
And the monkey pushes the button.
The guilty blasts off, leaving Primord behind. Last sight we see is the thrusters, and then it blinks into an alternate dimension, into jump.
All right.
Fantastic. Let's spend a week.
Spend
You-
a week.
All right, sweet. Endurance comes back. Thank God.
Spend a week eating, recovering your endurance, tending to yourselves. It's not the
Yay,
big
does
deal.
it all come back?
Oh, let's see. What is it? So Who has more than one stat damaged?
Well, it's not wounding; it's being sick.
Yeah.
I had one stat damage, luckily enough.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
think if you took just endurance
Um,
damage, probably just resting over these 5 or 6 days that you have food will be enough for you.
I am outside of that. I have one out minus
Hmm.
in my strength and
If you
all
want
of
to
my
try a medical
endurance
check to
gone.
help with that.
Yeah.
Armand, Cindy, and Tula even tries to help. You know, they spend time in the cargo bay, like
Mm.
planning out meals. They seem to have fun with it at least. You know, they're preparing
Mm.
what little food you have, looking through the rations and playing with the MREs. A lot of them are, you know, even now, so far in the future, it's starting to go foul. It's so ancient, but
Yeah.
some of it you can make do with. Okay. He fixes your boo boo, Foon. You can recover the stat point that you lost because of the sickness. It's mostly just you needed food, and it had a harsher impact on you, being an Aslan and all.
He's a delicate little kitty cat.
Yeah.
So we're slowly regaining our endurance, or are we staying at 0 endurance?
We can recover them.
Oh,
Go ahead and recover your endurance.
Okay, and I recover my strength as well. That was the 1 point out.
Yes.
Yeah,
Out
I
of
just healed that.
Okay.
Yeah. Effectively.
I'm just making sure
No problem.
Mm-hmm.
so that I do not give myself back points that I should not.
Sure. Let's talk about Aaron. Not a place I was planning to go to, but we're here. We're doing it. Aaron is a mostly mountainous planet. You'll find a lot of slate, dark rock out here. The settlers here built into caverns in the mountains. Gravity's a bit heavier. Air is unpleasant to breathe, not helped by the industry and the mines. Not a place most people want to live, which is a common theme in the Kaiar sector.
Hmm.
But has a low port, you can land, and maybe you'll find somebody nice enough to help you out. No immediate threats to deal with, just rocky terrain. Not a place you would go for a hike. Or it is if you love that kind of thing. During this week, we can do training, or if there's anything else you guys would like to do before we come out to Aaron.
I want to do training.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Maybe I shall take the time to talk with Cindy. I'm not necessarily going to bring up what she's gone through, but if she does talk about it, then
I was gonna say, if you want, since I have psychology, I could talk to her.
Yeah. She could be stubborn. So, she has to come to it willingly.
Fair, or I could like talk to her in her head where she feels safe. Maybe.
Let's not do that. And that's the other thing. I mean, she's probably fine, but I think given the fact that we have a cruiser chasing us because some cyborg probably read one of our minds, the fewer people who know who and what you are, the better. And is there any way you can teach us to keep people out of our minds?
It's doable with a capital air quote. All right. So I could. It is possible since since it is people in this world can be trained by psionics to like protect their minds. It takes a long time, and it would take a lot of training. So we would have to have a good chunk of downtime, and I can give you psionics, like so I can straight up transfer my psionic ability to you and help you in that regard because Zonani can do that. They can like give their psionics to other people, but it'd be like giving you a new sense. So like imagine if you were deaf all your life, now you can hear. That's how it would be. Or if you were blind your whole life and now you could see.
But you'd be transferring it, right? So then you would lose it. Correct?
It's temporary. It's a temporary loss, temporary gain.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes I think 1 hour. Actually, I could look at it. Actually, I'm right there on the page. Psionic transfer. Transfer takes 1 to 6 seconds and lasts for doesn't say how long it lasts. But yeah, it takes 1 to 6 seconds for transfer.
Point is to be temporary.
It's a relatively easy thing for
you
you
would
to
have
do.
to go through the process of learning how to shield your mind, which is possible, but rich people pay a lot of money to do it.
Yeah,
or you go to the academies in the Imperium or something.
Yeah. So, well, Yadir could do it. It would take a lot of time, but if you really want to do it, and I could teach you. It's one of the simplest abilities that all Scions learn.
Which is not simple for you by any means.
No.
Yeah, it's not simple at all, but like, compared to the rest of the shit we can do,
to everything
it's
else.
simple.
But that would protect you more, wouldn't it?
I think all of us should learn it then.
That, or we can get onto a world that has anti-psyker technology.
Even above what Caledon does.
Anti-psyker trees.
Yeah, I was like,
We were
just on
we
that
were
planet.
there.
Moira's just gonna train for 1 week doing J Drive stuff.
Okay.
I mean, Hamish, would you like to start training?
I mean, Hamish's focus will be mainly on Cindy right now, so if she's not willing to talk, if she needs time alone, then sure.
Well, she spends the week kind of, she doesn't worry too much about the toxin at this point. She seems to enjoy spending time with Tula and Armand, rationing out food. Situation's bleak, but there's not much else to do when you're a cramped little ship. So in the cargo bay, preparing food. Keep yourself distracted. She seems to be handling it well. She has a bit of a sarcastic humor back to her, but she, unless you would directly approach her, she doesn't talk about her experience.
Yeah, no, it's not yet.
No.
I'm sure I've known her long enough to know when the time is right to talk to her.
Sure. The mood on the ship is relaxed, I suppose. Making do with what you have. You don't seem to have misjumped, so it's mostly just waiting in your cramped little ship, sleeping on the floor in the helicopter, or next to the crates of bodies, or next to your stolen goods in the workshop, or wherever you find a bed.
We're returning those.
Yeah, go in the opposite direction. So it is. If there's nothing else anybody would like to do during the week.
Can I do
Faust?
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was gonna say as a way if we wanted to. You're good. I was gonna say a way that we wanted to mechanically in game, like how we do kind of skill rolls, to how we could do they could learn how to do shield, is basically they would do the psionic training tree, but basically I would transfer them psionic points temporarily. This is all temporary, and then this would give them psychic awakening, which means they would roll their scion points, but we would have to basically dock them for every turn that they did. So every turn they did is -1 scion point.
Let's not
And
do that
then
right now.
from
We can do that
there-
between sessions.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. If you're interested in doing that, and you have a week that you can do training, and you decide to tell me that you're doing it for this, we can try it. Good luck. Foon,
Yeah,
you were saying
hopefully you
something?
don't bleed from your eyes and ears and have aneurysms.
I would like to train advocate, but I one more week on it.
Okay.
And I've been doing tactics. Sorry.
No, sorry. I don't mean to cut people off. By the morning of day 6, you stand over the last crumbs of your food, having run out. So, 48 and a handful of hours, maybe, till your next meal. It's not bad. You got lucky on that last day.
Nap time.
Alright, Armin, we gotta kick you out now.
Bye, Armin.
No, if we need to start rationing food, then I can just go into hibernation.
We already did ration food. We're out
No,
of
like
food.
even more, so that way I don't have to eat.
Well, at this point, we're out of food.
Yeah.
So,
We're out of food. So.
everybody
Okay.
stands around the last bits of food, maybe looks at each other and makes a silent agreement, tightens their belts, and just goes about their day.
Moira is proffering the pipe to anyone who wants to get rid of the hunger pains.
I've never smoked before. It seems disgusting.
Boone is gonna go hold up in his room and lock himself in the door.
Yes. 2 days after Foon getting hungry.
Yep,
We should be alright.
you'll be fine.
Yeah. But Foon needs to be in the turret when we exit jump space.
Someone can wake him up. He's basically just gonna try to sleep as lush as possible
That's fine.
as the defense. Not do anything.
Okay.
Alright.
6th day passes. 7th day comes. Isn't very pleasant. Everybody wishes there was food. There isn't. I don't know, Foon. Maybe you have a store of tea that you post out for emergencies. Armin takes his first hit of the pipe. Doesn't like it very much. Admits it does curb his hunger a little bit. As the end of the 7th day comes, LeBlanc, you're making final checks to exit jump space.
Oh.
Fairly routine. Everybody straps in, feels the lurch of the ship as it exits the alternate dimension. And you come out into open space. Black sky everywhere. Except for a little ways out, you can ping it on your sensors. There's a rusted out old system defense ship. Has Aaron's transponder codes on it. It sits there for a minute after you come out of jump, and then you receive a weak communication call over the comms from the ship.
Moira answers it very quickly.
What fucking space cat dragged you in?
Look, we misjumped. We're flying barely at this point, and we're just really hoping to find a low port where we can do some repairs. We have money.
My God. Well, all right. Here, let me send you some directions.
That would be appreciated.
Poor bastards. There you go. All right. Make your way down. If your money's good, we'll take care of you.
Thank you very much.
Better not be bringing trouble, though.
Trouble's the last thing we want.
I see that.
Moira quickly transmits the information to LeBlanc and just kind of leans back in her chair, just exhausted.
Everybody strapped in. Everybody in a suit, just in case.
Boone is in his combat environmental suit instead of his other suit, and has strapped his sword to his back.
And it's
And
grenade
it's-
launcher across his chest.
Get me closer
And
to
he
their
has at
spaceship. I want to
least-
hit it with my sword.
And he has a grenade launcher, and now he is in the turret, strapped in.
Great. Alright, LeBlanc, it's about 3 hours flight into the planet of Aaron.
A 3-hour tour.
Mm-hmm. As you sail down towards the planet, Aaron is a small black-brown rock, mostly volcanic mountains. Very, very jagged. It's like the planet has teeth. This is much of the planet. There's maybe small pools of you know, chemicals. What comes to mind is sulfur, but there might be other pools of things of that nature. The low port, you need to follow the directions among the teeth of the Black Mountains of Aaron. There is colonies built in, again, mostly mining. The low port is their source of commerce. Planets from, you know, other systems get chemicals and raw materials shipped in. You come into one of the massive black jagged rocks, and the side of it opens up into the hangar. You're given the green light to dock, and the
Food,
Gilkey
better
can
make a
land.
beeline to the fucking food court.
There's no clamps or anything of that nature. You just land on a pad, and there you go. There's even a button in the hangar itself that you could open to press the bay, so they don't really care about people coming and going. Seems that way.
Right?
They're gonna go get food. That
Notably,
is the first.
yeah. Notably, not even like a low port official comes to meet you. Just no reception
Wow.
at all, really.
No birthing fees? Wow,
What's
that's
the
surprising.
law level
No
here?
one should have heard.
All level for Aaron. Let me check.
Am I allowed to bring my sword? Nobody cares.
Law level 3, machine guns and automatic rifles are prohibited.
So no
Jesus
grenade
Christ.
launcher.
So everything up to that is fine. So shotguns, you can have pistols, you can have swords, you can have.
Yeah, you
Oh, that's completely
can't have
awesome.
controlled
But
explosives, so no grenades.
The people of Aaron are rugged. You notice that these are large, bulky, rugged people with tan skin. The sun here is like a yellowish brown that you know, bakes the skin pretty good on this planet. And you notice that even the children running around have dirty faces, and you can tell this is clearly like this is what they do, is mine. There are a few commerce ships in the dock, dropping off mostly food supplies, and you notice that like these are fairly busy. A couple of other world, you know, traveler crews, merchants and whatnot are docked here, dropping off and trading goods. Seems like it might be a good place for speculative trading if you had room for that kind of thing. But anyway, yeah, you step off, run off to find some food. They anticipate this. There's bars and pubs located around the low port. The language they speak here is mostly Glanglik, but they speak a lot of Troke as well. So Foon, you can fit right in either way.
Foon is just gonna be getting food and nodding at people as he finds food, and he is going to eat too fast, so he's
It's a
gonna
lot
get
of
sick.
it's a lot of thick stew, and you could even kind of describe it as slop, although it's not terrible. They serve it to you in bowls with rice, and it's not very much money at all. We're talking like 2 or 3 cards a bowl, so you can absolutely gorge yourself on this Foon if you'd like. Beer's a little bit more expensive.
Okay,
4 or
well
5 credits maybe.
he's gonna sit there and eat slowly, but just be eating, even though it's probably gonna make him sick.
A tired old man will slowly approach your group, and it looks like old, tired office apparel, and he's holding an old-time tablet, and he gestures to you. You the ones that just came in? That's Bay 2. That's between Bay 1 and Bay 3, I think. Right? Yeah.
I wonder if he's related to Keegan.
I just need you to. You don't got goods to drop off, right?
No. No goods to
Damn
drop.
shame. All right.
Yeah.
I'll sign here. Get you started on birthing. That's 100 a week for you.
Okay.
Damn shame you don't have supplies.
What
Yeah.
type of supplies do you need?
Food, luxuries, things of that nature.
Hmm.
I saw your ship. You kind of flew that through like a solar storm or something? You do
Lumber
racing?
mill.
Lumber mill. We got
We,
some parts, but we can't fix all that.
Yeah. We had a problem with our last jump.
Poor bastards.
Yeah.
We are alive. Nobody.
We're alive.
Well, none of us died. I don't think any of us died. And then he's gonna go back to eating.
All right. Well, I don't mean to rush or anything. I'm sure you had a rough trip, but we try to keep the ports open for people that got goods to deliver. If you know what I mean.
Okay. Roger.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Well, yes, sir.
Where do you sell clothing?
You're probably gonna want to head down to the Wise Market. Head down the spire. We got staircases or pulleys and elevators if you so choose.
Thank you.
I mean, you like your stuff
By the way, for the
handmade.
record,
You're not
Yadir
gonna
is
find any of
not-
that fancy synthetic stuff.
No, but I require better clothing than this. Because right now I assume he's wearing like either LeBlanc or Hamish's clothes, and he's just not vibing with that. So
You might be able to make do with some of the mining equipment.
We lent him all the colorful clothes that we got back on Keegan's planet.
Well,
Vincent, yeah. I still had some of those.
we don't got too much in the way of weapons or armor and things like that. We use them for personal defense. Nobody wants to come here anyway. But I mean, if you're looking for clothes, we got pretty good handmade stuff down there, looms and whatnot. That's what we call it the Wise Market, because you know, women do all the work around here. You know what I'm talking about, right? Lisa Foon.
Food's gonna nod
Looks
to
like-
him, just as it should be.
Mm.
I
You
will
got some
check out
ad-libs,
this
but-
wives market to see if I can find apparel that would best suit me. I appreciate you. Yadir's going to start making his way down there.
Weird looking
Hamish should
fellow.
go with them.
Okay. You head down there, and it lives up to its name. You find a lot of, you'll see like the other world crews from the merchant ships and whatnot moving about in markets. There's food stalls. Basically, this little planet's version of a tourist attraction. You know, it's quaint. You come down here, you shop around, you get food, you trade, and you leave, and these people go back to living in whatever caves they come out of. Life on Aaron.
I'll say Yadir probably is going to get like a set of like big rugged boots, some like miner's pants, a big kind of like heavy duty jacket. Basically, he's going to get like working leathers. So he's gonna look like an average working guy.
Yeah,
He's also going to get a
you fit right in with the mine workers around here. You just need to run around in coal and slate for a little bit.
yeah. He is going to get a like a bandana basically and use it to cover up the lower part of his face and get some gloves on. So basically, he's going to try to cover most of his exposed skin, but he'll probably keep like his hair kind of like in either a bun or a ponytail.
All right.
So he's not like he no longer looks like a desert nomad. Now he looks kind of like a more traditional person.
Sure. Let's talk about replenishing your supplies. We need fuel. Let's
And food.
Fuel. Do we have to replace
food.
our life support maintenance?
Yeah.
Probably because
probably-
we have like 12 people on low berth, so
If
we
you-
have to
Yeah.
change their liquids.
If you want to be safe, you should probably drop at least the
Well-
parts for the money for one spare part.
Maintenance item. Right.
That's 100,000 credits.
What? No. Oh no. I was talking life support maintenance.
What is life support maintenance? Is that different? Don't
Yeah,
you need
it's
spare
like,
parts to repair stuff?
It's 1,000 per stateroom and 1,000 per person.
Per person?
So it's 13,000. That should restock
Well-
our food and our life support.
Yeah, we can certainly. I'll certainly charge you that too. But as far as making sure your jump drive
I'll
is
charge
gonna
you more
get
money.
a little bit further than
Yeah, no.
than
I'm
hell.
just look.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm just looking at the immediate. We gotta have food.
yeah, I'm happy to charge you that as well. But my primary concern was the jump drive repairs to. I mean, you can make
Yeah.
do. You don't have to pay it, but
Mm.
we're just gonna be rolling
No,
a little
we
bit more than usual.
We probably should.
No, we're gonna have to.
That's like a decent chunk of
Yeah.
change. The spare parts. One is it restores one hull point, and I'll in character we can count that as getting your jump drive back to reasonable. But yeah, the old engineer in the
Every time I look at Traveler, I'm like, oh man, we have money, and then like one repair.
No, we don't.
It's like half of our money.
No, we don't.
We are just on the nice edge of fucking financial ruin.
you
But
this
in terms of
this
assets
game's
you
a
are deep in debt.
simulator, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
so-
we are so far in debt it's not even funny.
We
Simulator.
That-
Yeah, that's just where I want you. Oh boy.
It's like
This is what you get for having a backstory.
Mhm.
Pure, beautiful, innocent, guilty. Put through all this nonsense.
Mhm.
But yes, if we're replenishing food, doing standard maintenance, and then getting the spare parts, comes out to 100-some thousand credits. Old man takes pity on you and will refuel you for free with all this.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
No problem.
Actual refueling is like 10 grand.
So it is a
Yeah,
thank
so
you
it's
very
it's
much.
actually a good amount of money. Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, kind old man. He's like looking over your ship, and then he sees you guys like eat your food, and, like he sees that you were starving, buy new clothes, and he just like hears your story out, and then he takes pity on you. He's like, "All right, it's all right. I'll take care of the fuel. We got plenty of water underground. We're good." But yeah,
Thank you. Much appreciated.
poor bastard.
Someday we will come and sell you tea and bring food goods.
We love that
Food
stuff.
goods.
Look, we don't got much down here. I mean, we got basic necessities and things like that. Life down here is hard, but I mean, luxury goods. We're all for that kind of thing.
Is tea considered a luxury good?
You see many plants around here?
Foon's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
look
we do.
around and go, no, but the last place we saw plants, the plants were not nice and didn't like us back.
Plants?
Mm,
No, that sucks. Sorry to hear that.
yeah.
Well, this should probably take you, about give us, 2 or 3 days. Get your jump drive up to snuff. Try to buff out some of this paint job. I mean, you used to have
Mm.
paint, right?
Uh,
You want
A
paint
long
again?
ti-
It costs you a couple extra
long
thousand.
time ago in a galaxy that I do not
Mm.
recall, I think we had paint.
All
We
right.
had at some point. It's been stripped off a few times. Volcanoes, sandstorms.
Well, enjoy your stay on Aaron.
Thank you.
There's nothing evil happening right now on Aaron, is there? It's nice and calm, and I can take a nap.
Yes.
Nothing ever happens
Well,
here. Are you kidding me?
That I trust not.
I mean, Aslan don't even like coming here. There's nothing to do here.
Hmm.
Why would you attack us? We got rocks.
Yeah.
For all I know, the rocks are sapient.
Yeah, that's good. It was 100,000 for the jump drive.
Yes, sir.
Holy moly.
That's what I like to see.
So much money.
That's what I like to see.
That's so
I was
painful.
like, yes,
Oh,
yes.
good.
Get more crippled so I can make you do stranger and more terrifying jobs.
So, Hamish will go down with Yadir while he's getting clothes. Hamish is going to get something to eat, look through, and see what they have in the markets as far as tea, tobacco, things like that.
Tea, not so much. There's not a big population of Aslan at all here. You'll spot like one or two, and they're rare.
Okay.
Tobacco is much more. That gets shipped in by the crate load by certain merchants. I mean, certain travelers kind of make that their bread and butter luxury, shipping around tobacco or things of that nature. Certainly one option to go for speculative trading. But you can buy some off-world brands. Of course, any growing here is done on a small scale and mostly just for food.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna restock Moira's pulp supply.
Sure.
Oh, you wonderful lad.
Armand, Tula, Cindy, they'll spend the time, they'll come with you down to the market, walk around, separate for a little bit, walk around. No incidents, mercifully. They spend a lot of time getting food. As the day passes, dock workers load the guilty back up with necessities, food. You can see up on top of the ship there's a few humans working on different parts of the ship, restoring the damage that your life support has taken. And then inside your engine room, like, the engineer's like, what the fuck did you do in here? Jesus Christ almighty, I can't believe, how did you do that? He's just screaming things like that for the better part of a day. Look, I told you. I told them it was madness, but they didn't believe me. I know it's not proper protocol, sir. I tried to tell them.
Yeah.
Okay. So days can pass like this. There's nothing particularly to do on Aaron, unless you want to go seek it out. Is there anything anybody would like to do while the ship is repaired and restocked?
Are we gonna wake up the other people, and take them for a walk so we don't get them sick?
The problem is,
Take
how
them
many
for a
days?
walk.
How many days has it been already?
Because
I
sick.
lost.
It was a week, and then I think that was 4 days scavenging ships. So
4 days on the ships, and then another week on the planet.
7, 14, 18, 22 days.
I thought you had
22
to take
days.
them out every 6 weeks, right?
Every 60 days, I need to take them out.
Okay, 60 days. Are we going to be in jump the next time? Should we air them at this point? Or is it going to be a problem?
Why would that help?
I don't know.
Our problem is, I've only got enough drugs to put them under one more time.
Okay, do we have more drugs? Can we buy more drugs here?
Not here.
The next place?
Maybe.
Probably the next place.
Yeah. Janet,
Okay.
It's a B.
Janet,
Yeah, it's a B port. So
Janet
Oh.
should probably have some. They don't manufacture it, but I'm sure they have it in their hospitals.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tech level A.
No.
I don't know what that means, but I think that's high
A?
level.
Okay. A's 10, that's where fast drugs made, so they can manufacture.
Yeah, so they'll have it
20.
at Janet. Lucky you. Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, no, I've been. Okay. So yeah, we'll wake him when we get to Janet.
I'm sorry. I know that like Hey Motion never says that, but like, you ever seen that Brandon Mulligan where he's like, "Do you think I fuck around?" Whenever somebody is like asking, I would imagine like, "Man, I didn't think you were thinking about that." It's like Hey Motion's just like, "Do you think I fuck around? This is my job."
This
Like,
is important. I didn't think about the 2-month wait period. Okay. Well,
when your players make the game harder on themselves.
no, I appreciate being on top of things like that. Makes the game more fun.
We got you, homie.
Wait,
Yeah.
Got you, fam.
this will be great.
Engineer comes to you on the end of the second day. Well, we got it put together. Put it back to the way it was. At least you got modern parts in there. We returned some of the scrap. It's mostly useless to us, so we're just gonna process it. We can return you about, 6 or 7 grand back for the scrap you used.
Thank you.
Yeah, plenty of it. I mean, some of it's pretty interesting. We think we might be able to ship that off to some other people that stop by, but shave some of that off for you for a discount.
That is much appreciated.
Don't you mind? All
I
right,
think
then.
before we leave, we've got 2 tons of people, a 4-ton air raft.
Yeah, the air raft dangling on the back of
We
your
should
ship.
buy a partridge and a pear tree.
Means we got 5 tons we could shove cargo in.
That air raft and your cargo thing, are you sure that thing's gonna fly?
Nope.
I'm not sure that thing's gonna fly. That might be a money sink for you.
We sell it for parts.
Sure as hell don't want it. It's interesting though.
This place sounds more desperate than us.
Are you sure you don't want it for parts? I mean, it is, after all, a wonderful artifact that was found, and we went through so much to get it. It comes with a wonderful story.
The problem is somebody here is just gonna stick it in the smelter not knowing what the hell it is.
It is an antique.
It's antique. You said you're heading to Janet next. They got a bunch of rich ass nobles over there. I'm sure you can find somebody who cares enough about this thing to sell too.
And maybe they'll pay extra knowing exactly where it came from and that it is truly an artifact of
Well, I can-
prized value.
I mean, I know my letters and things like that. I know that's Soleimani. I can see the mark in there, but I mean, we don't need it. We don't got museums. This colony is only fucking 400 years old, I think. Nobody cares about this place.
One had hoped.
Well, we do.
Kind of you to say.
I like how we were all like basically like, "Hey, you haven't shot us on sight. You're now our new favorite planet. Come on here later."
It's small. There's no place to explore, walk around. You've got
I think
lodging,
this
restaurants, and markets, and the low port, and then the rest of it's kind of not open to you because they don't want you here.
New home base.
Yeah, among the black crags of Erin.
Okay, yeah, just get the ship repaired, aired out. Enjoy some time dirt side, and once we're up and running.
Yep, you've got reasonably fresh food. Supplies are back. Jump drive looks workable. Hey, it's pretty nice. So, if you're ready to head off, we can make our next jump to our actual destination. We made a bit of a detour to Janet.
Let's do it.
And since you spent the money, we don't need to make any rolls. We'll just take our time. Engineer drive, the jump drive starts up. No nasty hissing or crunching. things seem to be working well enough. Fly away from Aaron. Enter jump again. During this week, Moira, what are you doing specifically? I want to ask you.
Moira's feeling a little bit traumatized from the bad misjump, but she's also really nervous about landing in Janet and what's going to come. So she's trying to forget, and she's just focused on working on the J drive and working on her training.
Okay. Yeah, the J drive stays steady. They replaced most of the old parts and got you back into working condition. It's not as smooth as it once was, but you know, should have seen some days. The rest of you, is anybody doing anything specific? We have another week of training as well.
Unless you want me to, like, we could try that training thing that I talked about, or we could wait till later.
It still takes 8 weeks to complete, right?
We'll have to look into it. That's why I want to maybe do that
I would
Okay.
assume.
between sessions.
Yeah, I'm doing my
Yeah, we
my
could do it between
tactics.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll do it between sessions. Just making sure there's anything left that we want to do here.
I'm doing more advocate if we're doing more training stuff, but Foon is gonna avoid the humans a little bit. He is overhumaned.
Mhm.
He is sad that he did not take a plant seed with him,
We're not.
and he has plans to maybe eventually return to that planet.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah, that was a glorious planet. Great
He
detour.
thinks that it should be the place that all psychics should visit. I don't know.
What did I tell you, Finn?
Yeah.
If it's a red amber alert, then it's amber alert. Is that
Hey.
the right word?
I don't think
It's not
that's
an amber alert. That's missing children, right?
yeah. I'm like that's not quite right, but
Yes, Amber Alert
whatever.
is missing children.
Yeah,
Silver
sorry.
alert is missing old
I don't
person.
remember what it's
Okay.
called.
Amber Zone.
Amber zone. There you go. Okay.
But that wasn't even an amber zone. It was a black zone. Not even known.
Yeah. Sure was a strange little planet. But anyway.
Gonna go to fucking Caladan and be like, hey, yo, you know where you don't want to go? Right fucking there.
Yeah.
Send a science skip and a scout vessel to that bitch.
A bit of cheer returns to the guilty during the week. Compared to the last, experience of near starvation and repairing the ship, flying smoothly through jump space and having enough food to splurge if you want to is a good feeling again. Cindy, she comes to you, Hamish, and says, I've looked into that toxin that you found, but we might want to get this to like a real lab. It's very powerful. I mean, it spreads extremely fast. That's adaptable. That's the kind of thing with these, diseases and toxins. They're unpredictable, and some can be devastating. My theory is that this planet, this tree, probably developed this toxin, and it just, as nature does, maybe spiraled out of control a little bit. Probably wiped out much of the life on the planet.
Replaced it with itself.
I mean, that's just a thought. But
Yeah,
if there were living beings on the planet before, the toxin would explain where they went.
Yeah. Where we almost went.
I imagine if we had stayed on the planet for much longer, the antidote wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, well, we got lucky. Solomon had already done a lot of work on it.
We did get lucky. It's good to look on the bright side.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you got to do. Focus on the bright side.
I hope Moira finds what she's looking for out here.
It's going to be dangerous.
A little late to worry about that.
True. It may be safer on the ship. Just letting you know your options.
We'll see how it is.
One other thing, and Hamish will open the drawer and pull out his phaser. I know you've never, ever liked weapons. But I think you've seen how problematic and dangerous it is. I can teach you to use this.
Hannah, she gets a wide-eyed look of fear when you pull a firearm out. You don't think that maybe it's because of you specifically, but she looks at it and something breaks the wall that she's put up. She takes a few steps back from you and turns away and says, That's all right. I don't want to use something like that again.
Okay. Understand, this doesn't kill, it just incapacitates, but...
We should be fine. I think Janet has very strict rules for travelers coming in. But, I mean, we should be able to stay at the high port at least. Those are typically neutral zones.
Yes, usually. Okay. Well, if you change your mind...
Just try to stay safe. It sounds like you keep getting into these situations.
But it's...
Come on.
It's helping. It's helping people.
I believe you. I read the logs on Vincent and Nia and all that. I mean, I can't believe what you've been through these last couple of months. It's lucky for me.
Feeling is mutual.
We're almost home. Stay positive.
A few more weeks.
She smiles and says, Armand and Tula are getting better at cooking. I should help them, though.
That always was one of your specialties, wasn't it?
Not much to work with. Space food.
Well,
I don't know how you do it.
wow. Almost starving changes one's appreciation.
So, the rest of you, anything being done before we exit jump?
Yeah.
No, Meteor's just gonna...
Just go with it.
Okay.
I definitely feel that there's some like history that Hamish is not telling us about him and his girl, but we'll save that for later.
I'm trying to find the right music, but I'm
Uh-oh.
feeling.
Dun 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 dun.
You exit dump space and Janet. There's a beacon put up. Typically, for jump space, you'll come and go at usual spots into the system because you are trying to comply by their laws, and jumping where they want you is a good idea, typically. So, as you jump in, there's a beacon that immediately pings your transponder, Seems to be an automatic check to make sure that your transponder is on. Otherwise, it will note that and probably send a message back to a nearby station. Keeps the unwanted out, you know. They scan your transponder and send it back to the station. You don't receive any other communication or anything else like that, though. Before you is a bright red yellow star. It's a bit larger than our star. It gives off nice waves and roll through the system. You note about 2 gas giants in the system as well. Meteors. It seems to be a fairly busy little place. As you sail in, because you jumped about 3 or so hours out from the planet. A lot of traffic in the sky. Merchant ships from the Hyarit or other planets. You even passed one strange looking ship that's weird and bulbous, I want to describe it as. It's not a human ship, you can tell. If you check its
Goddamn,
transponder,
motherfucker bulbous.
yeah, that's how I would describe it. If you read the transponder, this seems to be a Zvigdwi ship, which is an alien race that I will describe to you guys in a little bit. That said, as you're sailing about an hour and a half out, you get a ping from a, not so much a ping, but your sensors pick up what seems to be a very fast, small fighter ship. And it's making, you pick it up before it picks you up, but as you approach closer, it turns and begins making a very fast beeline towards you, closing distance. It'll probably be here in 20-30 minutes. With that, I think we'll go ahead and call this session.
Okay.
Nice.
Maybe they'll be
Oh,
friends.
did you say a Zigdweed?
As Vigdwi,
We could eat. Okay.
or if you want to just call it a Zigdwi, that's probably maybe easier. I don't want to describe it just yet. We'll save that for next session. But yeah,
Is it? I think I know what you're talking about. I'm looking through the
I'll
thing.
ping it to you, so you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Sweet.
Motherfucker bulbous. Yeah, that's a good way to describe him.
All right. Well, thanks, Faust. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for trekking through. Feeling bad.
Yeah, no problem,
Yeah.
guys. Yeah, thanks for playing.
Yeah, no, thank you for running.
Yeah, those guys. I had fun.